been on and off that campus for 50 years, and I cannot believe the difference.
How much has changed?
It's unbelievable.
You know what they have not built? A new dorm.
No. Well, there's
Huh?
there's some on the far side of campus.
Are those
Like
are those
past-
dorms or are
Other
those
side-
are
on the other
those
side of
are those
Wellborn?
apartment complexes?
I think they're like a combo. They're for students.
Does the
specific.
city own them? Or I mean, does the
University?
university own them?
From what I
We were
understand.
very like so when Reed toured back in April, we had the worst tour guide ever.
Oh.
Like all she talked about was all the dead people and how great it was to die when you were an A&M student. And
Call your name out?
yeah, and the dormitories were just like a joke. I mean,
Y'all
it's
go to
like
the ones across from
there's
Northgate, Hullabaloo. I think that's what they're called.
I don't remember.
Those are probably the newest. Those are new and
Recording in progress.
Yeah, we did go to that.
they're about like 2
It's sort of like North Plaza or something like that.
So did any of the three of you get an NIL offer while you were there?
Okay, I can tell I need to start court. All right. Good morning, let's call court to order. Today is Monday, July 22nd, 2024. It's 9:02 a.m. Proof of posting, please.
The agenda was posted on Thursday, July 18th, 2024 at 3:49 PM.
All right, thank you. Let's have a moment of silence, standing, and then we'll have an invocation to the flags. Invocation and a pledge to the flags. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pledge the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee,
Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
All right, thank you. All right, I do not see anyone in the courtroom from the general public, so going to items D under budget amendments. Under D1 regarding the FY '25 budget. Francis?
Okay, so, just to kind of sum things up for our next week and a half before we get started today, kind of find the right place to jump in, but our goal before we end our meeting next Wednesday, the 31st, is to file a proposed budget, of course, and then to vote on a proposed tax rate. And so again, that's next Wednesday, the 31st. So what we're doing before then is, we're gathering what you think about the request and the budget decisions. And so we are needing a consensus of what you want to be included into that proposed budget. So as we move through request and we move through the budget information, we'll green light things, we check them off. But again, that is just a consensus of what you want in the proposed budget. You can always make changes to it after the fact, before we adopt. And then I was hoping that we were gonna have certified values last Friday, but I know they're working as hard as they can to get all that done, so we will definitely have those this week, which will then generate the new updated tax rates. So I look forward to those and really being able to work with very exact numbers. So I'll keep y'all posted this week. So I wanna just, before we get started, because we'll be hearing from multiple departments today, I want to go back to our main summary page in general fund and just talk through some of this and just remind us that where we are right now. So this is, of course, just general fund. We have other funds that absorb the tax rate. We have other special revenue funds, but again, our discussions are always centered around general fund. So this worksheet is ever changing. Every time you access it on OneDrive, of course, it will be updated with the most recent version. But that estimated beginning fund balance, continues to evolve as we know what our exact our estimated expenditures look like for this current year, as well as revenues. So that may look different from the last time we met. But I wanted to just focus on, if you drop down to where it says expenditures, and it says department expenditures, 154,000. So in that number, that is all the department operating requests. So they had an increase to supplies or professional development. It also includes capital outlay. And so those, when we go to that department summary, those are the things that we keep, color coding and trying to get them all green. So those are all included there. For personnel, what's included there is what the positions are currently. So that's if we adopted the budget with the positions as they are today, with the salaries as they are today, that's what's included in that number. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear before we kept moving forward. And then below that line, then you'll see the additional increases. And so these are the things that we layer on top of those other operating requests. And so this is, yes,
Over
please
and
stop me.
above. It's over and above the previous number that came out. So
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
and these are things too that it makes more sense to look at it in a lump sum before we spread it within the budget. So COLA, any structure changes that we make this year, new positions, incentive pay. And so it's just things that we want to look at and we can play with, and we can adjust the figures, we can take them in and out. And then once we're finished, we'll spread them throughout the budget. But I just wanted to make sure that that was clear, and what's included in those numbers and not. You'll also see that Tyler software number. That's a big number there. Again, we'll talk through that and let you know what's included in that this week. But just wanted to again, just kind of keep coming back to this worksheet and remind ourselves what's included there. So what we'll be doing today is we'll be whittling away at that expenditures number, that 154,000. So we'll be hearing from departments, and they'll be letting us know what their increased expenditure requests are, as well as some capital requests. And then you can give us a consensus on how you feel on that, and then we'll amend that number however you would like. So without further ado, we're going to start with the sheriff's office. So we have David Ives and Katie Taylor with us. And we're going to walk through each of their departments. Of course, they have multiple departments within the sheriff's office umbrella. So we'll go through that, and then we'll also cover their capital requests as well. So,
How are y'all this morning?
Good morning.
All right. So we're going to go through our 6 departments and then the capital outlay request that we have for this year. But I just wanted to read a very short synopsis of what our budget is this year, just so y'all have an understanding of what the overall impact is going to be without going through individual numbers, which I will get to. Across all 6 of our departments, our operational budget will increase by $55,165, approximately 0.51%. That does not include capital. Capital will take that to a little over 1% of a budgetary increase from last year. The majority of our increase is due to the centralized dispatch contract and the turnkey contract. Turnkey is going up 1.7%. That is well within, if not below, CPI, a very reasonable increase that we discussed with Ken. And the centralized dispatch contract is going up 5%. That is a built-in escalator from the city of Waco. They provide us with no methodology or rhyme or reason why that number
What was
is
that
that number.
again? What goes up 5%?
The centralized dispatch contract,
Oh, dispatch, thank you.
centralized dispatch. So,
Before you go any further on that, I would recommend that, we have found that when we actually take the contract and read it verbatim, there are charges in there that we've challenged and been successful challenging it. So I would encourage you guys, even if you want to bring it to us and let us look at it as well. So
So-
there may be a little bit something to gain there.
I agree with you, Commissioner, and I'll read one sentence from my synopsis for you in regards to that. I recommend that the county invest resources in negotiating this contract with the city of Waco prior to its expiration in FY '28, if not before. That is my recommendation, so.
July 28th?
That's July 20, FY '28.
Okay.
It's through FY '28.
These are
That's
four,
when it's,
Good through 2028?
so we have outs in it. We can out whenever we want to. But there, it was renewed. They do it in 5-year chunks. Of course, that's all based upon approval of y'all. Y'all have to approve it year to year, but the escalator built into the contract does go through FY '28.
And the escalator is a fixed number, or is it based off of
A fixed number, 5%
every year?
every year.
Not a cost of living or anything like that, it's a straight 5%.
Correct.
Can we see a copy of that?
Yes, we can provide you with a copy.
Just a digital copy's fine.
Yeah, absolutely.
May I ask a question? So if that contract ceased, I guess there'd be a corresponding increase, like budget-wise, for,
There would
I know
be.
that's in the way in the future
I
to
know
be able
that-
to estimate. I was just curious.
So the issue with it is, we don't know enough about how dispatch runs, because we've abdicated that duty to the city of Waco for as long as I've worked here, for over 20 years. So that would take an in-depth analysis, secure location, personnel, specialized equipment. I don't know what the cost would be, but as of, I believe FY '28, the end of this contract, we're going to be upwards of around $870,000 for the centralized dispatch contract. So eventually it'll get priced out of financial feasibility.
So what I'm hearing, but there's no trade-off, like we paid for all the towers, these new towers that went up, millions or whatever it cost, and there was no reciprocal trade-off anywhere with that, then you put up the towers, we'll hold the budget on dispatch. So it's just,
No, not that I'm aware of.
I'm just, typically any contract that is over 3%,
We put it out for bid, but
put it out for bid.
it's not.
Now, I know we can in this instance, but I also know that we want to be good neighbors, and I would hope that they would want to do the same. And Jim, you've got a very valid point. I mean, that benefited, yeah.
bunch. We put a lot of money into it. Yeah. Okay, thank you, sir.
All right. So I'm going to start in 0120. Haley? 0120 is our maintenance of equipment department. The two lines that are going to change in this fiscal year, or proposed in the FY '26 fiscal year, '25 fiscal year, excuse me, is the FOG account. There's a $2,200 increase. That is not because of additional fuel. That is the price of bulk drum oil has gone up slightly. So we're asking for that $2,200 to cover the price of that bulk drummed oil. The next line is 530102, tires, tubes, and batteries. We're asking for a $10,000 increase in that line. The newer 2022 and newer model Tahoes have a different rim size than the previous year models, and the tires are just more expensive. We've always kind of been under budgeted in tires, trying to string every bit of life out of them we can, and that's probably not the best item to try and string a life out of for safety reasons. So we're asking for that increase. And that's the only two in this department. Any questions? Moving on to 2200. I'll start off with 502. We're going to have a $130,000 decrease in that line just from the equipment that we're ordering, so that's going down. Protective clothing, that's going to go down by $10,000 due to just tenured replacements and not having as many tenured replacements in the FY25 as we do in the FY24. Centralized dispatch is going up $33,605. That is the 5% escalator that is built into the contract, and if you want to look at that value, it's $705,695. Software and licensing is going to be an additional $22,103 for Cellbrite, GrayKey, GovQA Granicus. There's some new softwares that we have that are coming online that are going to cost a little bit more for their utilization. And then 619102, an additional $10,875, and that's for certifications to send guys to the training for Cellbrite and GrayKey. Any questions on that department?
So y'all value that as a good tool. I know we first started using that after the biker case started, or the incident.
It's a good tool, and there's certainly a cost associated to it, Judge, but as the world moves forward, people are not using their phones and their digital devices less, and having a mechanism to get that information from those digital devices for criminal enterprise investigations, organized crime, things of that nature is extremely beneficial for the department and just for the safety of the community in general.
So when we first went under that contract with that company, the total cost, initial cost was, I recall, $500,000, but we split it with City of Waco, and do you recall that?
I do not, sir, no.
Okay.
We split this with the district attorney's office in the first year for acquisition of the system, and we split that out of forfeiture money, I believe. Or did we not? Did we take it out of general, Haley? Do you remember?
I'm pretty sure it's out of general fund.
Okay.
Well, anyhow, that's, so y'all still value it as a good investigative tool?
Yes, sir. It does a great job of getting that data from digital devices, which have hundreds of gigabytes of data on them, and making it something reasonable that we can comb through and try to figure out. So, any other questions about that department?
Nope.
All right, 2410, that is our Highway 6. Yes, sir.
Your total supplies is, and I'm just doing what is, what you're asking for versus what you're spending this year. On the supplies line, you're only scheduled to spend about $375,000, but you're still asking for $477,000 in supplies.
Yes, sir. A lot of that is related to ammunition. That's one of our biggest expenditures in that department. It is difficult to get at times, and I know that we have a vendor that we're trying to get a large supply, because typically when we buy ammunition, Commissioner, we buy it by the 18-wheeler load, by the pallet. It's just easier for us to do that. But the rest of that money in 2200 supplies is, depending on where we can source it, going to get eaten up with ammunition. Any additional questions?
And we've determined that SB 22 wouldn't be utilized, we wouldn't utilize any of those funds for ammunition.
So,
I thought that was just personnel, isn't it?
No.
well, it's, there's a myriad of things. Like, we've learned a lot over the last 2 or 3 weeks about what is an applicable expenditure and what is not. So the problem we have with, like, we can procure a $50,000 order of ammunition, but the problem with SB 22 is we can't procure something that is enough to make a big hit in that for this fiscal year. Like, this fiscal year, it's just not going to be achievable to hit some amount of money that would, help us get to the level we need to expend the FY24 SB 22 funds. And one of the other things it does cover, though, body armor, it's way too late in the game. We're 8 to 12 months out on any type of body armor, any type of shield, anything like that.
So you're saying that nothing in SB, you can't apply any SB 22 funds to this 25 budget?
You have to supplant the budget. You can't cover just general operating costs that they need to function day to day. And so they want that to be something up and above.
So it's,
You gotta make up something that you gotta spend new then, correct? Is that what
yeah, he's
that
gonna
what
have
that
a
explains?
presentation later,
Tomorrow.
tomorrow on that. So we just been working on it this last week.
And,
Yeah.
Well, if I'd have known that, then I wouldn't have.
and Commissioner, I will tell you this, because it is very hectic. The SB 22 stuff was one of those deals where we had always thought, hey, if we can't find a valid expenditure, we'll try to use it for FY24 fleet or something easy. But the no supplementation changes the game for us. So we have to have, like the judge said to you, things that are not just regularly budgeted for. So we could use it for ammo, but we'd have to say it's for ammo for additional training that's beyond the norm of what we would use ammo for, therefore not supplanting our.
That's just bad policy,
I don't disagree with you.
bad bill.
So, any additional questions?
But we should not take the money.
She's already got the money,
That's great. So we have the money in the account?
We do.
Awesome.
So we received the $500,000 for the sheriff's office and then the $275,000 for the DA.
DA?
The DA was very specific, the
Right, yeah,
DA, about just personnel.
Just the personnel, yeah.
Yes.
Well, I was unaware that you could use it for operating expenses.
Certain types of equipment and,
Vehicles, safety equipment, and there was one other category, but vehicles, safety equipment,
I remember.
yeah. 3 things. So it is fairly limited, but what falls under safety equipment, I mean, it's pretty broad. in that
got a
category.
timeline.
So is ammo under that?
Ammo, when I looked through the FAQs on there, ammo can be, but it cannot be a purchase of ammunition that is supplanting our regular usage of ammunition.
Yeah, it'd have to be, like you said, training or something
Above-
special.
Yeah, above and beyond.
It's weird. It's a weird deal. So there's a timeline that you have to hit, and then there's categories.
It is
But
very-
the other thing is you've got listed, I think, and we'll know more tomorrow, that you've utilizing all the funds appropriately within the rules,
Correct,
boundaries.
for things that help, and I think that we end up with like a leftover balance of like $3,500.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's very close.
And, the other question that was pitched to them was one that's anticipated by the court, that anything that we purchase under SB 22, what's the ongoing increase in expenses to handle, Yeah, you get this for free, but look what it costs you to keep operating, yeah. So,
Because there's no guarantee, what I heard down the College Station is they're very, very hopeful that will continue, but there's no guarantee.
there's no guarantee, but the outcome of the election elections have consequences, so that might.
The senator that spoke to us,
Well, nothing's changed though, as far as that goes. I mean,
Well-
who's gonna be there is gonna be there. I mean, it's set. I mean, there's very few, if any, changes that are gonna, that are gonna happen. But, I mean,
Awesome.
that honestly, let's get it and spend it.
And we'll go over that tomorrow, sir, in
Okay, okay.
detail with you.
Well, good. I'm just gonna point out, and this is something that, in this total department, you're requesting $14.8 million, but yet you're only spending $14.1 million this year. That's a $629,000 delta.
The majority of that is probably going to be tied up in personnel, if I had to guess.
And it-
In the
of course it is.
400,000 line, or 400,000 series of lines.
good point, Commissioner.
Any other questions?
And Commissioner, if you'd like me to address that on the personnel side, I
We
can.
can do that when we have our big,
Certainly, I just don't want to
Personnel.
leave anything unaddressed that you want to talk about. All right, we will go to 2410. We're asking for a $3,068 increase to cover replacements of some lawn equipment, chairs, some monitors, just things that have died before we intended for them to die on us. 515106, we are decreasing that line. That is our protective clothing line. That is just due to a decreased number of 10-year replacements within the department. Our fog account, fuel, oil, gas, we're asking for an additional $30,450. That's due to mileage trends. It's been historically low. It has nothing to do with the cost of fuel. The cost of fuel has been fairly level over the last fiscal year. We have spent 65K, or we will spend approximately 65K this year. We spent 77K in FY '23 and 92K in FY '22. The majority of those fuel costs are for picking up extraditing warrants, hospital trips, doctor's visits. As those things increase, of course, our usage on fuel will as well. Outsourced prisoner transport, we're asking for another $19,515. We've had a historical shortage on that line. We spent 47K in FY '23, 25K in FY '22, and 40K in FY '20. Software, $30,000, increase due to Guard One services at the facilities. This is our inmate monitoring and tracking software. And then $7,500 for professional development. Increase for training for the jailers and supervisors related to professional career development for these employees. Any questions? Moving on to 2411, which is our JHDC facility. We're asking for an additional $20,000 in supplies. We have historically been a little low in this department ever since its inception. We've been solely trying to step that up over the last several fiscal years and get something that is a good amount to cover the needs of that facility. That facility has a very, its population fluctuates a lot more than Highway 6's. Highway 6 has a pretty stagnant population. It's definitely growing. The population at Highway 6, or the county-based inmate population, has grown over 50% in the last 9 years. So that does not include any federally contracted inmates. So that there are going to be increased costs the more people that the jail houses. It's literally what drives everything within our 2410 to 2415 budgets. Moving on from that, other services.
Hold on, Francis, when you do projected expense by the end of the fiscal year, is that historical?
It's a combination of things. So some of it's trends, so based on formulas, it depends on the line item, but we study the past years. If we see, hey, they're always paying this contract, the last month of the year, we make sure that that's absorbed in that. We also get information from the departments, because they're the ones that have the best knowledge of what is coming before year end. So it is, it's a combination of things.
I mean, this is,
Would you say historically, you've been pretty right on?
I mean, I would think, yes, it's pretty
Pretty accurate.
pretty accurate. And I think if you looked at it in total, even more so. But sometimes, and departments don't even know sometimes the costs that may come those last few months of the year. But I think just looking at the historical trends and leaning on those other pieces of information, it seems to be working out.
And this is certainly not a reflection, just because you're first up. But it appears to me in the budget that there's a lot of that I look at, that your projection is here, but the ask for next year is more than what's actually being spent this year for a lot of departments. And so, you know, we talked about this before, we're asking taxpayers to fund something that's not getting spent.
this particular department, $1.2 million between what's going to be spent and what's being asked, but a large 1.1 million, almost 1.2, almost the whole over 90% in personnel.
Yes.
Correct.
Well over 90. I mean,
Like I
they're
said, not picking on this department, you
Yeah,
just
right.
happen to be
Yeah.
first up.
So they're,
No, I-
so they're
Looking
operating.
at all of them.
Their operating's only about 28,000
Yeah.
more.
And Commissioner, those also flash for us when we see those, that when departments are asking for more than, they have spent historically. And we have tried to grab those departments, ask them, hey, this, history shows that you may not need all of this, but sometimes there is a very valid reason.
Very valid reason,
A
absolutely.
department says, well, weren't able to get to this year. We were, there was not enough time. And so then we will have that next year. And so a lot of times that's the intent there as well. But we try our best to work through those as well.
So I will point out for y'all that there's a lot of unknowns in the enforcement side and the jail side. For instance, recently, we had an individual that had to be care flighted, an inmate.
Yeah, I saw that.
That was $80,000. So
We don't have insurance for that?
that cost is very hard to plan for when we're going to have these type of emergencies with our inmates or our deputies or our citizens on the street whenever we're having to do enforcement operations.
Question?
Is there not like a indigent program for that could reimburse that?
We have taken that over to our indigent health department, Heather, and they've reviewed that, and they will not cover any portion of that.
Because,
She's looked, they will not cover it.
Qualification.
All right. Moving on to 2411, or we are in 2411, furniture and equipment. We're decreasing that line. We just have less asks this year for the overall furniture and equipment, but the furniture and equipment we are asking for is going to be lawn equipment, chairs, monitors, and tables. It's the same basic stuff with the addition of tables from 2410. Then we'll go down to professional development, $7,500 additional dollars. That is for the exact same reason. That is for jailer supervisors, non-compliance related professional development, or career development, excuse me. Moving on from there, we're going to go to 2414, which is our Highway 6 Medical Department. We're asking for a $5,224 increase in furniture and equipment. That's for some additional medical equipment, which includes keypads, cleaning instruments, and a chair scale for that department. Come down to 625,105, the management services, that's 16,149 increase for the turnkey contract, that's 1.7. It'll probably end up being slightly less depending on how the auditor wants to do that, but that JHDC consumes a very small portion of the turnkey contract. We are splitting it between 2414 and 2415, Highway 6 and JHDC Medical, and we're just kind of absorbing the increase because the amount that the contract is going up for juvenile is irrelevant. It's nothing in the grand scheme of things. They're such a small portion. Just want to be
What was under
transparent.
management services again, David?
That is the turnkey contract increase. That's that 1.7%.
Okay,
That's the only
that's
thing
what
that's
you
in
were
that
talking
line.
about, okay, okay.
That is it. Coming over to 2415, which is our Jack Harwell Medical Department. Same basic story. We're asking for another $5,339 in furniture and equipment for some signature keypads, cleaning instruments, and a medical fridge. And then going to management services, $11,252 for the 1.7% turnkey contract. Any questions? All right, we're going to move on to capital.
And this is in Department 7920. And it's a compilation of all the capital requests from all departments.
7920,
Yes, sir.
okay.
All right, so we're going to go over these itemized. The first item are some ballistic shields. We have some shields that need to be replaced through attrition. They're good for 5 years. We need to replace those. They unfortunately now cost enough money. We used to buy those from Protective Clothing. They are now enough money individually through inflation that we have to put them on the capital outlay. But that is Protective Clothing. Body-worn cameras, $112,961. We have applied for a grant that the court approved we applied for. We're looking to get resolution on that grant somewhere in August. We won't know until then if we're going to get it. That grant will be $90,000-ish that will subsidize some of that. If we are approved for that, that is to outfit our patrol division with body cameras.
But grant or not, y'all are requesting to
The
move
tot-
forward with that?
Well, because we don't know if we're going to get the money prior to,
Oh, no, I just,
yeah.
I didn't know if it was pending
Prior
that,
to
or
a
you were
vote,
gonna
yeah.
ask for it either way.
Yeah, we're asking for the full amount because we don't know if we're going to get the grants. Before we're in here doing the presentation or the budget is even voted on, we're probably not going to know until sometime in early October, late September, early October, if we actually receive this grant or not.
So where are these gonna be used?
The patrol division.
So none in the jail?
So we are looking at an expansion into the jail, but we need to get some infrastructure changes, and we can talk with, when John Carter's in, if y'all want to bring that up with him in the jail before we start trying to put that much of a network load on the facility, which is already in a very mediocre spot. IT is doing a great job trying to update that, trying to get better line speed, better optical lines, better network connectivity.
Issue for
Yeah.
It may be, that piece of it we have to look at maybe next year.
There's going to be a double ask for that.
Yeah.
But, and I'll tell you, Commissioner, our thoughts on it are to get the patrol division up and running, see what bugs we run into, because the department's stance is from seeing how they work and how it can benefit the jail, the liability that exists within the jail, the lawsuits that exist within the jail. It is certainly something we want to do, but we don't want to jump into it haphazardly and not have the infrastructure to support it, and then be paying these fees for 8 months that an infrastructure can't support, we can't utilize.
I'm just looking at it because you made the point that I was getting to is we have probably more liability in the jail.
Absolutely.
Right now, that if we would've had cameras, we could have disproved,
Easily disproved.
what they're
Allegation.
allegation, yeah.
And I'll tell y'all as well that it is a very forward-thinking move to have body cameras in the jail. There are not many facilities that do it. If y'all ever want to see how that operates, Bell County does have a few, and of course, we can't put them on every single jailer. That's not a tenable operation, but by section, by wing, something of that nature. Focusing on our booking department, that's where the majority of our use of force incidents occur, is certainly important for us as we move forward. So once we get those infrastructure issues and this rolled out, we'll know what we're getting, what it's going to look like, what kind of issues and bugs we're going to have to run through, so it'll make the deployment within the jail much easier in the future fiscal years.
I've got a question about that with the
Sure.
jail. And I understand with patrol, you can't because those guys are leaving home, going to work. Now, they check in, they don't necessarily, unless they've got paperwork, they gotta finish, come down here. But in the jail, because it's one location, is it possible to share those? In other words, you check them in, check them out?
Absolutely, we're going to do that. So instead of having like on patrol, where you would have cameras assigned to individuals,
Right.
these cameras will be assigned to location.
Right, okay.
Is how that would work. But once again, this is, future
Futuristic?
hyperbole.
Okay, but that makes sense, okay.
Yes, sir. It's the same way that our tasers function at the jail. Our jailers aren't issued, there are certain guys out of the SRT team guys are issued tasers, but the standard tasers are check out.
Right, okay.
All right. Any additional questions on body camera?
Any questions?
All right, moving on. We have one Motorola APX 8500 radio. These radios used to be purchased from our furniture and equipment. They are too expensive. Motorola is continue to go up on their pricing, especially for AES encrypted radios.
So it's over $5,000, is that right?
Correct.
That's our capitalization threshold.
And that capitalization hasn't changed in how many years, or, in other words, as prices have gone up on everything, that
Yes.
number has stayed the
The
same?
5,000 is very common. We have seen a few entities that have moved up to 10, but the 5,000 across the board, across all
There's no
entities.
general accounting that tells you? General
No, the
accounting
thresholds
standards?
for things like that are determined by the entity for capitalization.
The next item is a mobility lift and the install for it. It's $14,000. We haul approximately 3 people to doctor's appointments, hospitals every single day from our jail facility, and we're in need of having some type of mobility lift to get some of these folks who have mobility issues into our vehicles more safely and easier on our officers as well, more safe for the inmates. So we're asking for that $14,000.
That could be done locally
Yes.
over, okay.
That's on, like, that'd be something we attach to our vehicle.
Existing.
Our van.
Correct. That's an existing vehicle within our transport unit would be upfitted with this mobility lift to get guys who
Yeah.
have mobility issues in and out.
Gotcha, okay.
Coming down to the next section, I guess we'll go straight into fleet. In the fleet, we're asking for 2 transport vehicles. Those are jail-related. 2 transport Tahoes. Those are jail-related. 5 patrol Tahoes, 2 MHMR vehicles, and 6 unmarked vehicles. That is a total of 17 vehicles. That is one more than what the court had originally agreed to provide us year over year.
If you could explain the difference in a transport van, a transport Tahoe, and then MHMR van.
Yeah.
Sure.
Mike, can these not be used interchangeably in a situation where they would be
Okay,
interchangeable?
so you can, but those costs are gonna go up exponentially. So if the transport Tahoe doesn't get the full load out of equipment that a patrol Tahoe does. And I believe we sent it to the auditor, but we can send it to y'all as well, like the complete price breakdown, every nut, every bolt, right? We double the price of a Tahoe with radios, cameras, laptops, all the standard equipment that goes into these vehicles doubles the cost. We do not do that in our transport vehicles. They're not gonna have laptops, they're not gonna have 800s because our guys are carrying handheld 800s, so we're not like duplicating the 800 radio systems and those costs. So they're a lot cheaper for us to do, the transport vehicles. They're also a lot higher mileage vehicles. Like those vehicles tend to occur 140,000, 110 to 140,000 every year. Significant amount of driving on some of those vehicles.
I'm just, again, help me understand why the difference in a transport Tahoe as opposed to a transport van.
Okay,
Okay?
van. We want minivans. Dodge doesn't make them. We looked at several other options. We can't get cages for them. And we don't want to have a vehicle that we're going to put inmates in, because some of these people are, well, the majority of them that we're transporting from out of state are going to be violent offenders. They're always going to be on felony charges. We will not cross state lines unless it's a felony. So we're picking these individuals up, and we have to have a cage in those vehicles. So we looked at Toyota, we looked at the Pacifica, and a few other options, because we do like those.
You made your point.
Uh,
It's the Tahoe is
Yeah.
going to be the long haul felony type, and I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, and if Dodge started making the Caravan, Commissioner, we would buy those again, for sure. Any other questions on vehicles?
Any other questions? Okay.
Going down to transport Tahoes, transport vans, y'all get that?
Back up.
sir.
MHMR wants how many? 2?
Correct.
What do they currently have?
Give me 1 second.
Is this an addition or replacement?
This is replacements. There are 0 additions on this list. These are replacements.
Okay, thank you.
And so we have, so this is for transport of inmates to the different state facilities, is that correct? The different mental
So
hospitals and,
it is to mental hospitals, to TDC. It covers our federal inmates, but the majority of miles that get put on these vehicles are for 2 reasons: medical inmates and out-of-county transports for county warrants. So when we have to go people, this isn't last year before, but we had 1,378 people that we served warrants on that were not in this county that have warrants out of this county. So it's a substantial amount of folks that we serve warrants on, facility to facility.
so why do you classify it as MHMR?
Oh, you're talking about MHMR, I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about the jail vehicles. No, the MHMR vehicles are for our MHMR deputies that are just assigned to the MHMR division.
Okay,
Those individuals handle all the BHN stuff, calls for service. They check in on folks that have mental issues, trying to help keep these folks out of jail. So that entire program is, and they're unmarked vehicles too. There's certain statutory reasons that those have to be unmarked.
have we done this in the past?
We have, and we're trying to analyze what we need for this program in future years. Just to let y'all know, there could be an ask for personnel expansion, but we're not ready. We're not ready to make that recommendation. We're still trying to filter through.
We got plenty of spots there, so, anytime you're ready. Because I think it's, you know, that's very much warranted in this day and age.
And the, again, replacements, correct?
Correct, replacements. And the reason that we're going with the Rams instead of going with standard patrol Tahoe layouts, which I used to have, is the Rams are significantly less expensive. So we can get them, we can upfit them, and we can do it a lot cheaper than we can do Tahoes.
What do you mean Ram?
Trucks.
Dodge Ram.
Pickup. So you're transporting people in pickups?
Yes, but that's not their primary function for MHMR.
They have cages?
Yes.
So it's for the deputies that are trained on the SRT and things like that go out on the mental health calls more than anything, right?
The MHMR Rams?
Uh-huh.
No, we have 2 dedicated deputies that do that for a living. They just do they are not associated, or they're not in the jail department. They're in 2200. And they specifically take mental health calls for service, City of Waco. They deal with BHN, Respite Center, all these different places, EDOs from the jail, hospital calls. All those things are what these deputies deal with.
I just don't ever remember us having that designation MHMR
So,
or,
and Commissioner, we have one slot that is paid for through a program grant, however you want to phrase that, with BHN. And that one slot that is what they're supposed to do, is service the purpose of that program, which is mental health issues, calls for service directly related to
again,
MHMR.
very, very worthy, very important.
We 100% agree with you. And the department certainly wants to look at how we can better contribute to that in our community as these services are growing, whether it's JBCR, Respite Center, all these things that are coming online are additional areas that we'll be able to integrate our deputies with. All right, moving on from that. Unmarked vehicles, 6. These are general vehicles undercover,
How many of them?
6.
All at once? We got 6 of it going out of service?
We were gonna ask for 1 additional patrol Tahoe and then ask for 5 of those, but they're so much cheaper and we're trying to keep our budget for fleet about the same, so we're gonna defer the Tahoe for 1 more year and get the unmarked vehicle, which would have tinkered out next year. So it's 1 year early on one, 1 year late on the other, just to try and get those costs to be approximately the same. If you look at our fleet expenditure, Commissioner, from last year to this year, the difference is only $31,587-ish. So we're trying to keep that number as close as we possibly can.
And those are somewhere around, 6 of them would be, 4, 6, about 40 plus or
Correct.
minus? Yeah.
Correct, yes, sir. Next on there is the Highway 6 camera replacement project. We've been doing this year over year in the different facilities, trying to get up to the digital system. We have a bunch of analog devices. This is not something that is necessarily, it is new because it's a new digital, like cameras, digital system moving over from analog. But this year we're trying to get some of the replacements that we need for those cameras in the Highway 6 facility. And that has been a perpetual ask for us over the last 5-6 years. We're asking for $19,000 for our booking copier. It is an older machine. It's very expensive because it's very high volume. All of our booking paperwork gets scanned, entered. All the agencies that come into our facility utilize that copy machine for copying warrantless arrest affidavits, Form 6s, all that nature. That machine gets well over 1.2 million copies per year on it. burned off, so it is lived its usable life. We've had it for about 7 years now, so it's actually done, given us pretty good service over
That
those
includes
years.
maintenance?
Yes, so actually, there is an associated line where the maintenance is going to go down just ever so slightly because the maintenance on the new machine is a little bit less than the old one because it was hard to get parts for it. So. The last item that we're asking for is a mower. It is a zero-ton mower for $5,931 to help maintain the grass and grounds out at our facilities. One of our mowers is very old. We're having to do maintenance on it almost on a monthly schedule now, and it's just time for that thing to go to pasture and then get something that's a reasonable replacement.
That's not an MOB?
No, we maintain our own grounds. Any additional questions? That's our capital. And to give y'all just the 411 on capital, it is going to increase by about $104,903 over what we were approved in capital last year. If we get the grant for those body cameras, that of course will come down significantly. So.
And that's not supplanting. So it's not, so that's not out of Senate Bill 22.
No, no,
Okay,
sir.
gotcha.
This is,
Never
this completely separate grant that's directly, we had talked about going to body cameras in the last budget.
Right.
We could not get application in for the grant, and the grant is only for the implementation. It will not cover, it's too hard to pass up. Like, we can wait one fiscal year in order to see if we can get those funds, that $100,000, $90,000 from the state.
But
Help subsidize
22 wouldn't be supplanting, would it? Because we don't have them right now. If we use 22 funds for it, which I assume that's not going to be the case, but I know I talked.
Over the current year,
If we budget for it and then we can't use 22 funds for it because they're new, we have never used them, we don't have them right now.
oh, we just have to study it a little more. And it depends on the timing too. It depends on the timing of the contract and the grant year. So, but
So you're talking about using.
this is
Senate
more
Bill
a
22?
lease.
No.
Well, so I think I would recommend you wait till he
Tomorrow.
makes his presentation.
Tomorrow,
because
that's a tomorrow.
We're using all the money.
Lease though too, right?
in
Oh,
Senate
yeah,
Bill
absolutely,
22.
100%.
I mean, their recommendation is, they've got a recommendation
Yeah.
what to spend it on.
Well,
If we approve that, there won't be money to
it
do the other.
is it? Because
But
it's
if
just
we don't get that grant,
service fees.
But will
It's in
Aren't
perpetuity.
they
we have a
Yeah.
priority question, which is the most
That will be a
important.
thing.
You mean which,
Which would be the most important way to spend the
Correct.
22? What they suggest are on body cameras.
That's just the way, like,
not
the users in the
not
body
the
camera
Senate Bill 22 grant, but the other one.
like it. It's just the
No,
way.
I'm saying if we didn't get that grant of 90,000,
Oh, yeah,
then this 100
Well,
okay,
question would be,
I'll talk to
would
you.
we be better off spending the 22 funds for that?
okay, so
Or
he'll,
what they're- And we can talk about that tomorrow.
yeah, and that's a good question to ask tomorrow, so.
Yeah, and we were saying, this is like a lease as well, so we'll just have to make sure that that is something that's allowable in
Yeah.
that Senate Bill 22 grant as well, but we'll study it some and then,
The body cameras are just leased.
so, yes, this, like the body cameras, the tasers, it's a program where you're using their
Replace-
equipment,
It's a capital lease, like it's a
yes.
dollar. at
Yes,
the
they
end
don't
of the
really
deal.
separate the types of leases anymore.
At the
They're
end of
all
so many
one.
years, do you get to buy them? You just lease them for perpetuity?
It's your stuff. Here's the thing, body cameras and tasers, when you see requests for body cameras and tasers, not in all circumstances, it could be supplies. But if we come in and say, hey, we want to add tasers to, and it's going to cost this much, it will be forever. That's the way that Axon works now.
Well, you have to
It's in-
replace them.
That amount exists in perpetuity. They have microtransactions that they are attaching to all these body cameras and tasers now, so that these companies get these yearly revenue streams coming into them.
So there's no way to buy them outright.
You can. It is very convoluted, and you still have to pay perpetual fees.
Fees.
Yeah, the good thing about the lease is all all the upgrades or everything come with it?
Correct.
Is-
Yep.
I understand that.
Upgrades, software, access to download, storage, digital storage for it is a huge deal for us. Those costs for digital video, on the tasers, it's not as big, but for body cameras would be huge, Commissioner.
Have you ever noticed that those companies never work it so that it's to your advantage?
Well,
That's called capitalism.
yeah.
Uh-huh. It's called,
And it's checked by,
proprietary.
it's checked by, competition, hopefully.
David?
Yes, sir.
I'm still digesting the 5% increase, just at a 5% increase on the dispatch contract. A new copier for booking, the city's probably 75% of what comes through.
And here's the thing, Commissioner, they are responsible, so there's a couple of interesting things that I've looked at over the years. They are about 57% of the responsibility for the county's overall population, but there is 75% of the inmates that come into our facility.
Okay.
So, I mean, they certainly have a larger portion of arrests based on their population.
David, actually, I asked for, David sent me a breakout of that.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Per municipality.
Yeah, per reporting ORI, yeah.
You know, I'm just sitting there thinking that we've got a contract and we have inflation. They put it in there. We need a new copy machine, and 57% of the time that it's used is probably used on behalf of the city.
And I'll tell you this, Commissioner, our booking staff at the jail, you get into a weird argument, right? So is our jail staff making copies because of an inmate that got brought in by Waco PD, or is Waco PD actually making the copies? Because there's certain paperwork. Our personnel, first and foremost, are absolutely the main utilizers of that machine. It certainly is true that we are. We're making copies, we're using it as printer, we're storing forms in it, but having a central repository, even for the departments, right? So if you have, warrantless arrest affidavits as a blank form, and it's saved to that machine so they can go over and get the newest, most up-to-date copy of the jail paperwork. Is that them or is that us? I mean, it's technically probably both a little bit, so maybe that's a.
Well, and I get it, but what I'm looking at is when that person sits in dispatch, is it how much city time as opposed to county time, and how much goes?
Very good question.
One-way street.
So we should leverage that 5% increase is what I'm getting at, and say, hey, we had to replace these things in our booking area this year. Here's the cost to us, and we want to leverage that against the 5% increase. We've got to start drawing the line.
Start drawing the line somewhere. It's a lot of one-way streets here right now. I think we just put a coin machine on there and they have to put money in there when they want to make the copy.
Donation tray on the side.
The old Kinko days.
They,
You're right, You're right.
I just want to see some thought put into this and see, and people might go, well, that's kind of ticky-tack, but you know what? That's a pretty expensive copier. Any help
It is.
in purchasing it would be greatly appreciated,
And a
knowing that
5% increase every year, I got to figure it in 5 years, they got it at 25%, see?
that contract will time out around $865,000 in FY '28.
and then who knows what.
Pretty close to $1 million.
So anyway, we just put some thought into that, and if you guys need somebody on the court or the judge to be representative of that with the city, I just think we need to start, realizing that, golly, I mean, I feel and they're good to us. I'm not saying they're not. I just don't think they've ever been presented with the costs associated with doing business at the jail for us. And I think it would be worthwhile.
It's the most expensive single department that does business in the county. Like, it is a very expensive department.
So, I'm gonna pitch something out there I'm not arguing with anybody. I mean, I understand where you're coming from, but back, years ago, when it was decided, way before my time, that, the McLennan County would handle all the incarceration, short-term, long-term, all that for the taxpayers, the fairest way would be that the county take on the burden of building the jail, housing, staffing, all that. And whatever that cost is all the taxpayers across the whole county, whether they live in Waco, McGregor, or out in the country. They all pay their fair portion, and it's simplified, to a great extent. And so, I'm not saying that doesn't still hold, but that was the basis for the county taking on all the expenses.
Right. And I think the trade-off of dispatch for the jail is big time in their favor. They
Yeah.
come out far more ahead by having us take care of the jail than, and so I just think there needs to be some balance in this and some, hey, you know, we took on we don't ask for anything.
And I don't disagree, I just wanted to point it out, just
The purpose
remind
behind it,
everybody how it all started.
And that is one of the only statutory obligations that the sheriff is charged with, is the keeping of prisoners and maintaining of the jail. That's just it.
But it doesn't mean we can't ask for help, right?
The patrol division functions because this court chooses to fund it. It is not a mandatory operation.
Say it again, the statutory sheriff, the jail? So, at one time, every city had their own jail. That has changed.
That was why the county took it on, so everybody could get rid of their,
Equalizing the tax rate or burden on the taxpayer.
but,
Also, some bad stuff was going on
I
in
agree.
county and city jails and
Compliance was hard to
I'm not
maintain.
agreeing with that.
standards and things like
But
that.
I was just wondering about the
It was a
statutory
big,
part.
and Dustin pointed out this, too, that a lot of these crimes, like somebody may be arrested in McGregor or Bellmead or whatever, but it's a state crime, there's a
Against the
warrant.
state.
Correct.
There's a
Against the
warrant,
state, that's
and
right.
so they're actually, in the big world of public safety, and they see an opportunity to pick up somebody on state charge. So that's the other
You got a good point.
thing about it.
But, you know, I think if you just took everything that we do as a courtesy, the helicopter, the assistance in so many instances, I think it's worthy of us saying, hey, again, the word parity was used. We need some parity in this, and we're not getting it. So,
Later, we'll ask Dustin to, in working with Frank on towers, and working with Ryan Holt, to, have a broader discussion or just specifically on this. In other words, right sizing, evening up, or whatever you want to call it, a 5% increase here, well, okay, well, we're doing stuff for you, and we only had a 1.7% increase. So tell me how, you know, what's the parity here, what's the,
I agree with you. That contract is one that we are actively reviewing to see what costs are associated. There's some unknowns for us, like access to Tiburon. There's licensing fees for that stuff, but we're trying to analyze that to see the equity in that, maintaining that past FY '28 or even FY '26 for that matter at this point. So yes, we're very interested in that.
While you're on the subject, every radio is charged a fee in McLennan County. Is that right, to access the 800 frequency?
My understanding is yes, but I am not the radio expert. That would be Michael Graham.
Okay.
He could
So
answer
in
that
other words,
question.
a volunteer fire department that we just outfitted them with 800 radios, they're paying a
and a fee,
monthly or yearly
I think it's a yearly, isn't it?
fee
I
to access.
don't want to say the wrong thing to y'all, so I
access
prefer that Michael.
frequencies. Okay. Yeah, we'll find that out. Okay.
Well, there's services too. So if you have a volunteer fire department and you issue them 800 radios, who's dispatching for them? It's a great question. City of Waco is. So are all of these individual agencies entering into contracts with the city of Waco, or are they just piggybacking off the county's contract?
Oh, our county dispatchers aren't
We do not
dispatching?
have county dispatchers.
We don't have we don't have anybody down there that's dedicated strictly to taking county calls?
Correct, yes, but they are Waco PD
They're employees, but there's,
Correct.
what, 2, 3 that are?
3, I believe.
So do those 3 dispatch volunteer fire departments, or does that go through anyone that picks up the phone down there?
Several of the questions we want answered.
Okay.
all right?
Any other questions, comments, concerns?
I'm sure we'll have some. Yes, ma'am.
I was just gonna say, on a side note, I should have mentioned this earlier, on the OneDrive, on your budget folder, there's a folder that's titled Department Request, and there's a capital outlay folder in there. And so in there is quotes for all of the items on this list.
Okay, more
If you want to
detail.
see the details of them, or
Yeah, okay, thank you.
I should have already mentioned that.
Which folder?
If you go to Department Request,
Okay, let me get back out of this. Oh, I hate
I have
to.
it up here too.
Oh, I see it.
and then the capital outlay, and it'll be by last name. Or there's separate,
No, it shouldn't be.
it might be in
I'll
done.
double check it. I'll have to double check it a little bit.
No worries. Okay. Anything else?
Any other questions, gentlemen?
Now, I'd like to say we may have some later that will, and we'll see you tomorrow. So,
Yeah, I'll be here tomorrow, and I will be on Zoom all week long,
okay,
attending court if y'all need to call on me for some question.
okay.
You come up.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
All right, thank you all.
I'm going tonight and just think about questions I can ask you.
Hey, we like them.
We can bring you in too. We'll throw one your way. How's that?
The more complicated, the better.
Thank you, guys.
Judge, if I could, I just wanted to clarify one thing. So we had entered into the
Hold on a minute,
interlocal.
Dustin, hold on.
Okay,
All right,
Okay, go ahead.
all right, go ahead, Dustin.
just wanted to clarify. So we entered into that interlocal agreement with the city and between the city and the county on the public safety radio system after the towers were complete. And so in it, those subscriber fees go to offset that Motorola, the SUA, the ongoing contract with Motorola. But inside it, there was a radio system oversight committee that is to be set up. And it is to meet and then talk about those fee structures. So we have a little bit in place to kind of facilitate the conversation going forward, but I just wanted to point that out.
Okay,
Has it met?
It has not been, I don't believe it has been formed yet. So we need to, we'll get with the city and get it set up.
Thank you.
all right. Okay, Francis, thank y'all.
Appreciate y'all.
Could we do 5 real quick?
Pardon me?
Can we take 5?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
all right, let's take a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
Hold on. I'm having.
Recording stopped.
I know it was in there and I'm not sure.
So is the sheriff's department's request in this?
There's department request right there.
I'm looking for it right now.
I don't see anything with the sheriff's department on there.
3150?
Yes.
Recording in progress.
Morning, Commissioners. Thank y'all for this time.
Yes, sir, thanks for coming.
So we're going to go ahead and move forward a little bit on our agenda for today, and we're going to hear from Constable Todd's office. The constable, of course, is Freddie Cantu. And we have Deputy Klanica with us, Chief Deputy Klanica with us. And so he's going to go over the budget increases and request for this next year. And this is Department 3150 on your spreadsheet.
Thank you. All right.
So good morning, Constable Cantu. I just spoke to him this morning about everything. We kind of went back and forth. He wishes to be here, but he's unable to. So he's asked for me to come speak for him on his behalf. Today, I just kind of want to run over the budget of what we're asking for. I handed you a folder and there's 2 pages in it. One of them is kind of our operating expenses. And everything highlighted yellow is kind of what we're looking at changing and stuff. And the other page that I have is a detailed description of the same thing, just explains why we're asking for an increase in that area.
Good, thank you.
So the first thing I'd like to talk to you about is the supplies increase we're requesting. It is a $1,800 increase. And this is primarily toward the inflation and unexpected growth. Last year, we received an additional 135 services past our projected goal. And so we see that next year we're going to continue to grow because this is kind of a trend. And we believe that the 1,800 would be enough to suffice for that growth.
So have you've already expended 4175?
That's projected.
That's the amended budget. So they've asked for budget amendments to increase it to that 4175. Yes, sir.
So from the
Already-
4175, we're asking for the $800 increase, I believe, with the inflation, and just the things that are the cost of goods. I suspect $800 would be enough to cover that. The second thing I wanted to look at increasing is the fuel, oil, and gas for the motor vehicle. As you know, we have a vehicle, and I want to increase that from $300 to $500. We suspect that we'll be involved in a lot more truancy transport next year. This year, it looks like we're going to be close to that 300. With the increase in transportation, I just want to be ready for, have that additional $200.
What has changed that causes,
The law, isn't it?
is there a law they can go
Didn't the
pick them
law
up?
change? It's requiring y'all to pick, what are they called, attachments or?
They're called writ of attachments. So the way that Precinct 5 judge has been doing business regarding that, it's not going to change much, but it will change more for other offices. What we suspect next year is there's going to be, because this will be the second go-around with it, there's going to be a lot more services requested on our behalf to help with that new law. They could present that new law a little bit better than I could. Everything that I've listened to and just kind of talked to other JPs about and other departments that are dealing with truancy is it's taking the civil perspective from the juvenile and turning it into a misdemeanor, turning it criminal. And so now there's going to be this youth diversion. There's going to be more hearings that the judges are going to have to deal with. And as you know, anytime there's more hearings in the JP's court, we have a potential of being involved in that much more.
Explain writ of attachment.
So a writ of attachment is a document that the judge will issue out, which gives us the authority to go find that person that the attachment's for and either bring them to the court or take them to county and hold them in county until the day of court. But it's primarily to get them to attend a court.
And that can be, from a truancy
Ye-
with a parent?
yes, sir.
It can be from the legal guardian or parent of that child.
Yes, sir.
Can issue a writ of attachment against that person.
Yes, sir. It's primarily for the parent. So like if a parent misses court, the judge has the authority to issue that writ, which we would go find that parent and then we would
let the court know we have located this person when you're ready for court up to that 72-hour mark, and then we can transport them from that holding facility to the court.
Okay. Moving on.
Yes, sir. So the third item is the telephone. This was already increased with the last budget, but so that's why you see it highlighted yellow, because it's different from where we started. When we got the new deputy, we got him a cell phone, and it increased by that $600. The next thing is line item number 4, other services and charges. So as you know, we requested last year to get the resource of TILO, and this has been a good resource. Just a couple of numbers to help gauge how successful this program has been for us. We were at 76.58 from services rendered to attempted. It has increased up to 79.41. So there's a 3% difference that this tool allowed us to get services completed. The reason why I include that is because a little later on, I'm going to talk about an Adobe is another tool that will let us serve process in a different manner, but each tool does provide us that much better success rate.
And which is this tool, Deputy?
This is the TILO services. It was a
TILO?
$900
Okay,
increase.
okay,
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The next item is repairs and maintenance. So as you know, we have this vehicle, and I'm requesting $1,200 because that's the average of a cheap 4 set of tires. But also, I believe this car is kind of rough. It's not the primo of the departments, but we don't use it that much. And so I know we can make it through the end of the year by just doing minor repairs. And if we need a tire or if a battery goes out, this amount should be enough to cover any type of repairs that goes on with that.
Y'all don't go through SOMO, they can't help you on tires or put them on for you or buy them for you or anything like that through their contracts?
They're gonna send the bill to us if we request any services to a vehicle.
It would still be charged to their department.
Yeah, charge their department, but they can actually put the tires on and do what needs.
Oh, yes, the shop will
Shop,
actually put
okay,
the
okay.
tires on, and any little services, like I think they had to change a fuse out, and they had to, the battery connection, so we have to pop the hood in order to start it, and kind of
That's not good.
combine the power source so that it has a parasitic drain. It's just an older vehicle, it's just the style of the cars when they get older. They tend to have like a little drain to it, and so to keep that battery from draining, we put a connector on it, and that's something that they did. They didn't charge us for that, but they had a $10 part in the system.
Okay,
Just
okay.
a switch, right?
Yes, sir. It's like a little knob. You just turn it and then it connects the power to
That's
it.
a good idea.
I believe the $1,200 in that line item will get us, if we have a blowout or anything like that, we'll be able to do that. The other item, and this is the big part of the budget, is the travel reimburse. So now that we have this new deputy for the full term of 12 months, with the increase in services, we're looking at about 1,800 miles per deputy, and what that's averaging out is a little bit between 12 and 1250. And so this 10,500 is what it would cost to increase just to have that full 12 and our expected growth. The other thing is the Adobe product that we were talking about. And this primarily will allow us to scan the entire document and petition and send it to a telephone once the alternate service has been approved by a judge. And so this, instead of sending it back to the court and holding that backlog up for them to proceed, we can consider them served by under the new law.
And say that again? You could send it to somebody's cell phone and it's considered served?
Yes, sir. There's a social media service or electronic devices. So there are people that when we make contact, we got their telephone number from that TILO services. And so we give them a call and we find out they've moved. They've moved, maybe down into Moody and Bruceville Eddy. Well, instead of sending that document back to the courts to get them to reissue it and send it back, just taking a little longer, I can send a request up to the judge of that document, and if he approves it, once I receive that order back, I can scan it into a document, and send it to that text message.
Is anybody else using that right now that you're aware of?
So when we went to the seminar this last go around, there were other offices that are using it. I believe we've already done this a couple of times because I had a free trial to try it out. And it worked really good. The guy was just evicted and we couldn't find him. And I could talk to him on the phone, but then he wouldn't never really tell me where he was at.
Yeah.
And so once I got the order back, and they gave me the blessing to serve him, I mean, he was served.
And so I'm talking about in-county offices.
I do not believe other departments, I can't really talk on that because I don't know, but I do not suspect that they're using that service. It's a very new law, very.
Good law,
Yeah.
good service. Really does.
So the law says you can do that?
Yes, sir. You have to, in order to do it, you have to have the permission from the judge, and you have to show why this method of service is the route that you believe he's going to be served. And usually that entails, we've tried to go to this address 3 times, we've looked up different addresses, we've talked to him on this number several times throughout the course, and so we have to fill out an affidavit of.
You get a lot of bad addresses.
Yes, sir.
So the recipient doesn't have to agree.
Correct. He don't have, it don't even have to say read. The law considers
shows it
it
was
served
sent.
as long as it was sent.
And it's correct number. Yeah.
It's like, certified mail. I mean, not certified, but, general mail. I know in banking, when we sent notices of whatever,
Yes, sir.
that we sent it and like 99.5% of mail is delivered.
Yes, sir.
And so that was good enough. And we sent 3 letters, so.
It is the future of services, and our biggest competitor that we have that when dealing with this are civilian processors. They'll get a small claims citation in, and they'll try 1 or 2 times, and then they're trying to get that alternate, and they're trying to get it served, and well, that's how they make their money. But it is some competition that we have to deal with.
Yeah.
The last line item is the professional development training. Last year, we revised it to 9,000. This year, we're requesting to keep it 9,000. And this includes doing additional training for the second year. Some of that training would be like a LEMIT training for leadership development, particular for my area, for new chiefs. A new chiefs training is mandated by TCOL. Another one would be the civil process. For any updates that come in through the civil process, it's good to go to those seminars so that you can see what other county constables are doing. And that's where we get some really good ideas from. And then we do our research and we try to implement those new procedures. Another one is alert training. This is required every other year, but because of the line of work we do, and it's really geared toward our daily operations, like when we do these evictions, it's good for us to get this training in repetitively. The other one is Constable Cantu has a seminar that he's required by law to go to. All constables in the state of Texas have to go to that seminar. Another one would be defensive tactics. Every 2 years, we have to go to some type of de-escalation techniques or defensive tactics, and we haven't went to one last year, and so that this coming up year, we're looking at sending everybody to some type of course.
And that would be for 3 or 4, how many of you?
It'd be the entire department. So I know we're
I'm just
asking,
saying, that's not a lot of money for the entire department, what I'm trying to get at, especially when they're mandated courses.
I believe we can make that number work, sir. I think it'd be okay. We have a little bit extra money in what's called a LEOS account. So if we go over that money, we can use that. And if we show the state that we're using that LEOS funds for LEOS purposes, they will give us more money in return. And out of all the adjustments, that is everything I have. Do we have any questions about any line items?
All right, any questions?
No, I appreciate what you did. This is extremely easy to follow and read, so.
Yeah.
Thank y'all for y'all's time.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
So now where are we?
but there's something
I'm
to
gonna
be
go back to
said for
Constable
the,
4, and I'm gonna
You're gonna
cover
do
that.
what?
the elected official not being here, so.
Yeah. Which we don't control.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay, so then we'll just go back up to Constable 4, which is Constable Guerrero. And he's not with us today, but I can cover his increases. And then if we have further questions, we can reach out.
number is
He is Department 3140.
Okay.
So you know, they had a new position that was added last year. So I know some of the increases are in regards to that. I don't think they increased their operating enough to accommodate another person. So I'm just going to read his the letter that came with his budget request. With the addition of one full-time deputy and the overall inflation increase in vendor cost, we are asking for an increase in supplies as well as furniture and equipment. He says that our supplies budget needs will increase as we are now purchasing for 3 law enforcement personnel versus 2 previously. This would increase items like ammunition for training, necessary law enforcement publication services, which include civil process publications, all-weather gear for in the field, for items such as rain gear, jackets, high visibility gear, etc. And then furniture and equipment, his needs will also increase, same as the above, due to added personnel for items such as an additional Motorola radio for their newest deputy, a shredder for their office, and then just any other unforeseen needs. So then just walking through those lines that we have highlighted up there. So supplies and furniture and equipment, he's asking for increases in both of those lines due to having a third position in that office.
So that position hasn't been there 12 months now?
I don't think so.
That's what I was trying to remember.
Yeah, we remember it was a,
We added it.
it was a clerk
Year started.
that had their TCO license. So what we did is said, okay, you can take your part-time, we'll give you enough to make her full-time, but she still has
I
to
remember
do.
when, I do
Haley's-
remember us doing it, but I couldn't remember when it
Haley's
happened.
memory is better than mine. She was saying, so after we adopted the budget, we added in September, we added the
So
position.
it's been almost a full,
Added the position. That doesn't mean that it was, that the switchover happened, but that's just when the decision was made, so.
so we don't know when that person was actually hired then. I was just curious if they've been there a full year to already use all the money, or is this the addition because they weren't there the full year and they're trying to show the numbers as a result of that position being there now for a full year?
Yes, and if you look at that second column of numbers, you'll see that they've already asked for budget amendments there to increase those lines because of that extra
Yeah,
position.
3375.
That was not originally in the budget, yes.
And it looks like they're gonna spend 3375. Okay, and that's what,
Yes.
yeah. Okay, so it was amended, but yeah, okay, I'm with you.
Yes, it just happened after the budget was adopted, so we had to make lots of adjustments after the fact.
And so you're saying they need a radio? They've been without a radio all year?
So that I do not know. And they may just be needing to replace something, but I don't have any information on that.
I can find out.
Travel, makes sense. Okay,
I know he's back.
As soon as I get an answer, I'll let y'all know.
Okay, we can come back to that.
That question was about an additional radio.
well, he said something about an additional radio, but I was just asking if they've been there all year, they've been without a radio?
Yeah. You
Are
talking
they
about
just using an
the
old one,
person.
or
That's what I'm asking. Does she have her own radio, or are you guys
they sharing?
today?
Yeah, having to check one out.
Probably sharing.
Could be. What was the price of that?
Is that furniture and equipment?
He just has it included, yes, in the 3,500. I don't know what the exact price or what the breakdown is of that, but it's not one of the
Radios
over.
cost that much by themselves,
I was
don't
gonna
they?
say they're around, I was thinking they were $5,500 or somewhere in that.
That's what the other one was, yeah.
I know there are some different ones that are less than the 5,000, but I'm
Well,
not,
you
can't
got-
speak on the pizza radios.
I don't know, do they all use Motorola's, or some of them use Emerson's another good radio? Kenmore, yeah.
You know, that L3 Harris, that's radios.
Really?
Uh-huh.
I thought L3 Harris was modifying all those planes right there.
Do a lot of stuff.
But communications.
Yeah.
Communications is what, primarily what they do.
The 10,000 threshold, I'm like,
I think that's pretty interesting about that alternative service. We've all been there serving papers 14 times and nobody ever been to the address.
No, that's a great,
That beats that dog chasing you too when you're trying to serve it.
Yeah.
well, not to rush you off this conversation, but if we want to wait and hear back what he has to say about the radio.
No, we can.
keep moving.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we'll keep going.
on moving.
So we're just a little bit ahead of schedule, but TJ is already here, so
TJ.
if you are ready, we can go ahead and start and get into that.
Oh, what time?
Give us a hint on what number that is.
So, we are actually gonna be looking at, we went through the maintenance of building department, several weeks ago when we first started. And we can look back through there and make sure you don't have questions. Do y'all wanna go back just while you're here? And then what he was really here for was to go through permanent improvement projects, and those types of things, but.
Well,
are you okay
let
if
him
we
go
do-
ahead then, we can always answer,
Okay.
yeah, because
Okay.
he's here.
So,
I'd say that's up to y'all.
so permanent
What's the question?
did we have any?
Let him go ahead and talk about permanent improvements, then if we've got any other questions about the budget, we can
Sorry, I
visit with
made that
Francis about them, something that lets TJ off the hook.
But did
gets
we
him-
thumbs up the
His operating?
his operating?
Yes, he actually had a decrease.
Right.
We went through some of the things but there was a combination of decreases and increases, so we pointed those out.
You said the key word, so decrease.
We just wanted to make sure that, sometimes it's a net decrease, but we want to make sure that you're aware that there are
He's
increases.
even decreasing from what your projected is.
Yeah, we had some major items hit this year that we won't have hit next year. So, I mean, the chill tower was some major stuff, big dollar figures associated with it. So we've got those knocked out. We're in good shape for next year.
And this is a department that those types of things can
Yeah,
make the budget
right. They'll
vary
fluctuate.
highly from year to year.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, now, we're gonna look at permanent improvements?
yes, if
Okay.
you're good. So, on the drive, I think we have a folder that's specific for permanent improvement.
It's just,
I actually found it.
it's just,
Sorry. It's just a spreadsheet.
it's just a spreadsheet.
It says the permanent improvement worksheet. So, Haley's walking you through it up there. CJ just has a small amount of new project requests for the upcoming year. And so, for the most part, those are permanent improvement. There may be a couple that we move to repair and maintenance because they're not permanent improvement type projects, but we'll determine that later. But we just wanted to get your eyes on them and for him to explain those. So we'll just work through that list if
Yeah.
that is okay.
Sure, so we'll start with the 54th. Judge Kelly has made a request to go in and kind of update the jury room. It is pretty bland up there, so we're talking finishes, be some decorative ceiling tiles, some false marble wainscot, just something to kind of dress up the room a little bit.
So what's the rationale?
Appearance, pure appearance.
What is the accomplishment of making the appearance better there? And, I mean,
I guess just because the length of her trials and how often the jury's in there, maybe just to give it a more homely type feel, something where they'll be more comfortable throughout the day, but other than that, it's
comfortable.
purely cosmetic.
Is it comparable to the other jury rooms?
Yeah, there you go.
No, I mean, they're all pretty much the same. I mean, bland panel walls,
So they are,
carpet,
though, they are comparable. If you go from one court to the next, they're
Yeah.
all gonna have a similar.
they're all about the same. Yeah.
Some, and judges have put a little personal touch in certain areas, generally in their own office, so.
Yeah, and a lot of them will retrofit the
stained
jury
glass
rooms with furniture that they buy and bring in, just stuff to dress it up a little bit.
Yeah.
My deal is if they're gonna be comfortable, then they're not in any hurry. We're paying them.
He's just the messenger.
I'm just a messenger, yep, that's it, that's it. These are the requests. 40 Court, so there is a request to put an awning on the front of the
Quickly, I'm
building.
sorry, how much was that?
No, you're okay. 96, yeah.
Yeah, 96, yeah.
40 Court, the request came in for an awning on the front of the building. Now, this is needed. When we get wind and rain from a particular direction, it does blow it inside the door. You guys remember we remodeled that, about 4 years ago now? Maybe 5, and it's done it since the beginning. So this would just be your typical fabric awning, kind of decorative, that'd go across the front of the building.
I just want to go back real quick to the jury service room.
Yeah.
We're spending a lot of money behind in the new Justice Center.
Mm-hmm.
So why would we, what's the point of
Well, so,
upgrading the,
yeah, I'm not defending it all, but the 54th will stay where it is,
Yeah.
and it won't go to the,
By choice though, right?
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm not arguing with you, no.
okay.
So back to 40 Court, that request is much needed. We would recommend it.
Okay, so, my question would be, should it be something more permanent than a fabric awning? More substantial, or what do you think?
No, the life expectancy of a fabric awning is probably somewhere around 10 years if you buy a good one. So, we could talk to the architects to see what could potentially be designed for the front of that building that would look appropriate. We've got some metal on the far left side that was added during the renovation. We could go in with a metal skirt.
Well, just, we're gonna look at your recommendation,
Yeah.
but I'm just thinking, it's always gonna be needed. I mean, more than likely.
Yeah, I'll look at both, and if
Okay.
we can do a metal that'll look good on the front of the building, we should be able to do it for that price.
Okay.
It shouldn't be a problem at all.
All right,
Courthouse flower beds, this is something that we started about 2 years ago. We did the Fifth Street side this past year. The front, the Washington side is underway right now. This would be for the Sixth Street side, the discontinuation of that project. Highway 6 jail maintenance shop, this is to add cooling in the main shop itself. We're gonna have a bunch of units that are coming off the roof during the ARPA project that are between 4 and 5 years old. This price will come way down. We'll utilize one of those rooftop units that we pull off to put on the maintenance shop. But, during the summertime, when we're out there doing a bunch of welding, it's 120 degrees inside the building. It's, it's
So-
needed for sure.
You're saying this price will come way down, or should it not even be there if we're gonna have a replacement for it?
Well, there will be a cost associated with it because we'll have to do some roof cuts, we'll have to put a new curb up there, and then we'll have to fly a unit
some
up there.
ducting in and-
Ducking, all that good stuff. So there'll be some cost associated, just won't quite be this much.
You're gonna put it back on the roof?
Yes, sir.
There's no way to put it beside and duck it in? and-
We could potentially,
cost?
but the units that are out there are rooftop units.
Yeah,
They aren't a side
But a rooftop unit
discharge.
can be made onto a platform or a,
Yeah, it
I was just
could.
thinking about the weight of the roof that's not designed for it. If you're gonna have to
Yeah.
do any structural work.
We
it's a chance,
could, yeah,
And duck it in that way.
yeah.
It's just a thought.
Yeah,
I know
no,
we did some of that with some of my previous life.
Yeah, gymnasiums and,
Gymnasium, exactly, yeah.
yeah, we can definitely take a look at that. Extraco HVAC, so this is to change out the control system that's out there. They're running a control system that's probably 10-plus years old. We're starting to see a lot of it fail. Just on a weekly basis, Robert's giving me a call, just kind of giving me updates on what's going on with their control system. So this is a pretty important piece for them because they do a lot of curtailment. They shut a lot off during the week, shuffle things around. If they've got a show going on somewhere, they fire it back up.
Just a digital control system?
Digital
Go
control,
digital
automated, yeah.
from analog, right?
Who's the vendor on that?
I think the one they're using now is one that they bought from Lockridge Priest a long, long time ago. And there's not any lifespan left to it. There's not anybody that can work on it.
So I'm saying for the new one, who would you go with?
We're gonna use a non-proprietary system. We haven't picked which one yet. There's about 3 of them out there, but we wanna make sure we're not stuck with an individual
Good,
vendor.
good, great,
We are on some other things, so
good idea.
definitely wanna watch that. Tax office mods, so this one is, we're just gonna kind of put this in holding because we don't know that this is gonna go through just yet, but Randy has a need for his office, potentially could expand 2 additional personnel, possibly 3. This would be kind of utilizing some of the engineer space in the very, very back of their office area. But this is gonna kind of be in a holding pattern because we don't know that this is gonna transpire just yet. I mean, if the state does away with some regulations and rules, this could go away completely, or it could continue to be there. If it does rationalize and we do need to do it, I'll bring forth some plans that we put together to show the space that we could acquire for them.
You talk about expand over to the engineer's office?
Yeah, we would have to move around some things in mapping, create a new conference room.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a lot of ifs in this one, but we just wanted to capture it, make sure we had it on paper.
Okay.
Yeah.
I did receive 2 new requests this morning, before I came in. The sheriff's office is requesting a helipad out at Highway 6, a 20 by 20 concrete slab. It's gonna run about $5,500.
I was running this morning, I was thinking, is there a helicopter pad out there?
There's not, yeah, we really need
Well, that
one.
means you have to, if something comes up, you have to leave and go to where the helicopter's staged.
Well, he does land it on site, but he puts it in the parking lot.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, he comes down with buildings
Yeah.
really close to him, to be
Yeah.
quite honest.
Okay.
Highway 6.
I 55.
55.
It's just a concrete pad. I think that's a good idea.
Does that include all the lighting and everything like that?
So there's already lighting back there. He's already got a lighted windsock that we keep on site. So I mean,
Oh,
he's
really?
got everything there.
Okay.
This is more for evenness of ground to put a level helipad in. Right now, he's landing in the parking lot that's probably got a 15 to 20% grade, and it's
Stepping out of it into.
right.
level.
We want to make sure he's safe whenever he comes in.
Yeah.
We did receive a request from juvenile, and this may go somewhere else or may go here. There's about 30 doors back in detention that don't have door closures on them. They were never put there from the beginning. That's about a $13,000 ad.
I did a walkthrough 2 weeks ago, and that was pointed out that, hopefully they can get those.
What do you mean door closed? You better, like,
Automatic closures.
It's
like when you open
automatic.
the door, it just shuts
It
back
shuts
on
by
it?
Yeah.
itself. Yeah.
They're not on there?
No, they were never put on there.
You have to pull them shut.
Yeah. Not sure why. But that's a good request. I would definitely back that one.
So this list, we may place them in some different funds or places, but other than that, is there, or is there any other thoughts on this
Are we good
list?
with it, is what
Yes,
you're asking?
yes, that's what I'm- just the consensus there.
Yeah, one thing that, like where you're uncertain, is there a higher level spot you can put the funds that you could transfer over there what was the one that,
The HVAC unit on the
Yeah.
maintenance shop.
Yeah.
And then potentially that tax office deal. We keep a hefty contingency in 401.
Yes.
okay.
It's purely up to you guys.
Before we jump in on the first request, help me remember, it's been a good while back, but I know Judge Hensley came in and wanted some upgrades. I can't remember if that was her jury room or was that her office?
It was the office, total office,
Okay.
and it was in need of some things.
But I think we turned her down for a year or two before so I just want to make sure that we're
Yeah,
being
but there was a trip hazard and,
I think if this is approved and what's there now is comparable to what's in the other courts, that we may need a budget line. So when the next court comes and says, I want that, we already have that budget line item, that we do it over a period of 3, 4, 5 years, just a line item for courtroom.
And shouldn't it fall under the same guidelines of if anybody else comes in and asks for any upgrades? We have certain colors of paint we've already approved, carpet we've already approved. I don't see us getting outside of that. I think if we're gonna even consider it, it needs to be done under the same
Standard.
guidelines.
Right.
standard.
Yeah, we've pretty much standardized now. I mean, with paint colors, we got a particular carpet that goes in courtrooms only, and then particular vinyl plank that goes in office areas. So, I mean,
About it.
we've standardized a lot in the courthouse. But Commissioner Jones is right. I mean, 2 years from now, it's gonna be a completely different ballgame. We're gonna have, courts shuffling around, courts opening up, spaces become available.
Come back in 2 years and let's see what it
looks
what
like
it looks
then.
like up there,
Yeah.
you know? So,
I agree.
So do we want to hold off on that jury room
You just,
modifications and?
I do.
I think the bottom line is what Commissioner's saying is we don't wanna spend money and find out in 2 years that we didn't need to spend it or whatever the case may be. But
Heck, we may get another court, you know? I mean,
And these are things too, if something comes up mid-year, you can add it. I know it's a relatively small cost, so it can always be,
okay.
a budget amendment can always be done.
Okay,
Okay, so we'll hold that one, and then if the consensus is good on all the
the
rest.
rediscussion, right
Yes.
before we do our final.
Yes, sir. Okay. So those are the new things to discuss. And now on that same spreadsheet, and we'll pull it up as well, it's the tab just labeled 401. And so this is our permanent improvement fund. And so just walking forward from the top to the bottom, you'll see there that we're estimating our beginning fund balance in that fund to be 4.5 million. We historically allot about $1 million of ad valorem tax revenue from the M&O portion of the rate to this fund. And then we just budget everything that's there. We put the remainder in contingencies, and that allows y'all to pull from it during the year. So moving forward with that budget, we have some projects that were budgeted in the past year, but are completed or anticipating on completing those. But there are some projects that are ongoing, so I thought if you just want to maybe just give an update there.
Sure.
And run through those. Do you have it printed?
Yeah. Or it's just small print.
And so, and I can cover that second one, the $100,000 for fairgrounds, of course, is per the contract with the Heart of Texas Fairgrounds. And that's where they bring forward their capital request and you approve them and they move forward. And so I guess if we want to start with the records building ADA renovations, just some updates there.
So this is one that's still in the design phase. STV, I believe is the name of them now. They're still working on final design. They're working on some grade details outside in the parking lot to make sure everything's gonna be okay ADA-wise. But remember, this one is a phased approach. So phase one will be the basement and then everything along the 4th Street side that we'll try to tackle in it. Phase two will be kind of 5th Street, Washington, and then 1st floor and 2nd floor. So we're allotting this 750. That's more than likely gonna change. Could go up, could go down, depending on how much we can fit in that first phase. This one will continue on. CSCD, so that's adult probation. This is a line item that we carry every year just for building modifications. As they bring in more personnel or take out personnel, we always tend to go forward and move walls one way or another, create additional space, more space, close space off. So this one's one that we always keep because we know we use it. Archives building, storage facility. So this year we kind of phased one approach. We're creating the offices down on the 1st floor for Claire and her staff. They're gonna move down. Once they're out, next budget year, we'll start that exploratory demolition process to go through and open up some more space and make more openness available for the storage, at least on the second and third floor. Cobb's building mods, I'm allotting this 40,000 to roll into October. The meeting room project is actually moving a little faster than I thought it would. I think we're probably gonna use all this year before October, but I wanna get a few more weeks behind us before I can see it.
What is that again, TJ?
This is that large meeting room that we're creating,
Okay.
meeting room.
Discussing that, what did you find out when you had the other contractor come out and look at the parking lot?
So the bid came back, for the mill and overlay, I believe it's like 59,000. I'd have to pull it up just to make sure. And then there was a second option to do something a little more in-depth, that was around 70,000. So I, you know, to
Could it be
spend,
split?
huh? What's that?
Could you do like one piece of it this year
This
and
year?
one piece next year?
Sure. I don't see why not.
Did they want any,
Front to, and that first side portion to the main building, then
Mm-hmm.
that back lot later on.
did they want engineering plans, or were they comfortable coming in?
No, he developed the scope itself. I mean, it's Waco Paving. They've been in business for 30, 40 years now, so.
Waco paving?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe more than that.
Maybe longer than that, yeah.
I remember when.
Is Jimmy?
Is Jimmy still alive?
Daddy? Yeah.
Huh? Okay.
Yeah.
I hadn't seen Jimmy in a long, long time. John and John Jr. I deal with mostly, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, if it's 59, will that require a bid?
Go 80. Yeah.
Well, that's what we're talking about, taking a phased
Oh.
approach, do half of it this year, half of it next year.
But I mean, 59 even on,
50's the,
59 with all of it?
Yes.
Oh, so,
Yeah. So we would virtually just
Oh, I see.
knock it in
Okay.
half,
yeah,
do that.
I was at the bank, his wife.
okay.
Find it.
Yeah, and thank you for doing that, TJ.
Yeah, no problem at all.
And maybe I'm missing it in here. I hate to jump to another project, but I don't see it. On Trading House, of course, we're looking for budget, for grant money, but what about others? What was your plans there?
So we.
Where is that in this?
It's in two different places. So you'll find it in the bond funds where we have money sitting there, and then you'll find it in my overall maintenance budget where we carry a maintenance line out
got you.
for it. You know, we're working with Mundo and Associates to come up
Yeah.
with the final draft on the final plans
Yeah.
and everything. And things are, they're rocking and rolling. They're moving along faster than I can get information to them.
Okay.
So hopefully some of those grants and things do become available. But I think it's kind of a court decision on what we want to do. I've always just allowed it just a little bit of money to get us by with road materials and,
Well, I know there's some concern about one of those, what is it? Boat ramp.
Ac-
Yeah. because of
Access
lakes,
to
Access.
Lake
yeah.
access, and, it's a
Right.
big challenge. But along that lines, but still, I'd want to see if there'd be grant money to do it, so even if we have to participate, it would be a lot less, but try to find one more location that has a
Yeah.
deeper area. I looked at there was a topo, map that I think was established before the lake was in there. So they would know and so a lot of that's probably smoothed out,
right.
where the deeper water is more shallow and smooth. But if there's another spot to build one more boating access ramp,
Yeah, and we've been searching for that spot, and there's not any good areas. We've got suspicion about one particular area behind the maintenance building itself, where that slough comes in behind, the big pond that's
Yeah.
over on the place next door. We think it's got some potential. We pulled topo maps from the engineer's office, so there's nothing that shows everything to the right of Hall Drive in the lake. We don't have any topos on it, but we've got stuff to the left, which is all private property, but.
well, I'll give you that map that I've got.
Okay.
And it's a big map. It was done by the rowing,
Oh, the regatta?
the regatta people. Steve's brother is a engineer in Dallas or Fort Worth area, and came down and provided all of it. And I thought you had it, but the other thing is the shoreline. As long as we're not putting it down by the boat ramp, if we need to put a little bit, just keep adding the sand, because that's been the big, deal that people that don't boat, but they like to
Right.
be along the shore and camp.
It's a huge hit.
It's,
Everybody
I
loves the
mean, it
beach.
is, they love it.
Everybody loves it.
Beach.
Yeah, and that is actually part of the grant that we're going after. So it'll be beach expansion. It'll also be dredging, you know, at Hall Drive and Summerfield at both boat ramps, and then possibly the jetty as well to keep the silt
Yeah.
from filling back in.
Okay,
So Joe thinks that we can probably work that in on the grant, and if so,
Yeah.
that'd be awesome. That'd be perfect.
Did we get the, markers up, no swimming by the ramp or something?
The
Wasn't
SO.
some- has any feedback on that? Is it working or?
I haven't heard anything from Sean on it. I'm sure it's working because they enforce it
Yeah.
pretty heavily. So
and I'm not hearing anything from Rick, so everything
Yeah.
must be happy.
Okay, good, okay. You know, and this is something that I had mentioned one time before, in relation to the Heart of Texas, Extraco and the fairgrounds. Trading House being our other recreational area for our county was like specific line item that deals with improvements for Trading House. Is that something that we need to consider in the future?
Say that again, I was trying to answer Dustin here.
That's fine. A line item specifically for Trading House for capital improvements like we give to Heart of Texas. Because it's another area of recreation for all of the citizens of McLennan County.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just something
No, I
crossed my mind.
I agree, and,
I'm
you know,
sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Judge.
well, TJ's handling that now through his budget, but I do think, once we get grants and all that, that could be a repository for those grant money and any supplement that we want to put in that may or may not be part of the match. And then as an ongoing thing, each year we listen to an evaluation.
Keep
and-
making improvements.
Yeah, keep making
So
improvements.
I think for Trading House specifically, it'll depend if it's something we consider permanent, like a new boat ramp, or if it's something more maintenance related. But we do have, of course, the line in TJ's budget. You spoke when we last talked about it, about having that in a separate department just to really manage and break out the cost. And so we've created a department, but it's just kind of a shell right now, but we have that it was a department previously in a prior year, but we did break that out if needed. If it is more permanent improvement, like TJ mentioned, right now we are using some bond funds for some things, but in Fund 401, we always have a placeholder for Trading House Lake specifically as well. So if something comes up, permanent improvement related,
Okay.
we can always do a budget amendment.
Yeah.
There,
What would be not permanent improvement? I mean,
So if they, to me, you really just have to kind of study it and look at accounting standards and see where it falls. But if they were adding barbecue pits,
that
that's,
wouldn't be permanent improvement.
no, that's something that could just be removed, and it's normal wear and tear. Someone could.
Not
you
permanent
know,
enough.
Yes,
Cement it in? is
it
not
has to be something that adds to the value of, and the life of that either building or piece of land. And so,
permanent. Cover picnic areas.
that's kind of on a gray area. And so we just take each project and we just really study what's actually happening, and we look at the invoices and the quotes, and then we just make a determination.
I was just curious.
Because in the end, we're going to be capitalizing that improvement, and so we just need to determine if it's worthy of being capitalized or not, so. But
If it qualifies to be funded from a bond, then it would also qualify, in my mind, to be part of a permanent improvement piece. I mean, the bond's not gonna fund,
ongoing, it
yeah, it's
shouldn't.
gonna be long-term.
And there may be some things that are pretty big, like, you know, replacing a roof gets pretty pricey, but that is just getting a roof back to its normal condition. So we don't depreciate that on that building, but you may want to use bond funds for it, so.
Yeah,
But you're right that for
Horseshoe
the,
pits wouldn't count. Or
for the-
washers,
yes.
Kitchen washers. that would
for
be-
the most part, though, I think when you look at, a good way to look at it is bonds should be used for things that you will be depreciating over
period of time.
over an extended life, so.
yeah, gotcha,
so,
okay.
Thank you.
Sorry to get you off.
No, that's okay. That's
Good
okay.
conversations.
Do you have any plans for the sinkhole in the records building parking lot? And
Yes.
I would assume that would have to do with our how certain are we is that the backup power is going into the records building parking lot over there?
We're probably about 95% certain.
Okay.
So the new
So you're gonna have to
generator,
rework.
transformer, all that stuff will sit over there.
Uh-huh.
And then, of course, part of the ADA project on the record building itself is gonna take care of some of that
Oh, okay.
asphalt up against the building. It'll be a phased approach. So we're gonna look at the 4th Street side up against the building, kind of how do we tackle that parking area for ADA purposes and make sure everything gets graded properly. Then we'll have to hit kind of the Washington Street side up against the building itself, kind of phase 2. And then phase 3 is how do we handle the sinkholes in the rest of the parking lot? It'll be a big to-do. I don't know that that's something we're gonna try to tackle this year, but it'll probably be next year, 2026.
Does it cause, the dumping of stuff from the old tornado? you know?
We're almost 100% certain it's
Yes.
debris filled.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we may dump concrete, truck after truck after truck after truck, and never hit the bottom. You never know.
Yep.
Yep. You never know. Going back to the Cobb's parking lot, I'm sorry, that number was 64,655. So if we did the phased approach, cut it in half, we could do 30 this year and 30 next year.
Okay.
To keep it under. Yeah.
And we had, is that the one, we have 40,000 budgeted there.
This is something completely different. This is the parking lot, sorry.
Thank you.
We never engaged the engineering firm, correct?
No, it's still on the agenda tomorrow.
The Cobb's parking. Okay.
What was the Cobb's building? It was for that bigger meeting room?
The big meeting room.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Which would be a community, you know, we can use
And we're
ourselves.
full staffed over there now, right? At
AgriLife?
AgriLife, yeah.
I'm not sure, I think,
Okay.
maybe so.
It's a nice space.
Keep moving, okay.
It'll be really good. JP5 buildings, so this is at 250,000 that we're allocating for the expansion over there. STV is still working on the design, so once the design is done, we'll go out and get us a good construction budget number just to make sure we're in line. But this is where we're expecting it to fall. Road Bridge 2, Road Bridge 3, we didn't make it to their electronic gate systems this year, so we're gonna make sure this one rolls for next year.
Those really work well, by the way.
You like them?
Yes.
Yeah,
When they worked.
right, I know.
No, we just had that one issue.
They're always gonna be a pain. That's just,
But
that's
they're
the
better
way.
than what we had.
Yeah, big help.
And so then, like, we said, then we plug that remainder of the fund balance into contingencies. So then you have that number to work with during the year if something comes up. It's, of course, rolls into next year. We'll circle back to this fund when we start talking about the tax rate
Okay.
and how we spread that M&O portion of the rate. But we'll have that discussion later.
On the Road Bridge Precinct 3 electronic gate, but what about the fence around and a separate entrance
For the tower.
For the tower.
I think Ken is working on that stuff. I'll go back and get with him just to make sure he's still got it on his radar, but we're still planning on the fence around the perimeter and a separate entrance for them to utilize. That way they're not coming in the yard.
Okay.
Yeah, same way we did it out at Ben's.
Okay.
I thought we were kind of planning that with the change of the gate, and we were gonna kind of do that all in, like, you'd already planned for a gate, TJ, changing that out. And I thought our plan was kind of do all that at one time when you're changing that gate out.
To add it in there? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That-
we can do that for sure. That number's gonna change a little bit, of course, just because of the additional fencing, but, I'll get a price for that. How soon we need to lock something in?
We'll just balance it out with contingencies. So just,
Okay. Yeah,
we can even adjust it after next week, after the
Okay.
proposed if needed. Just
'Cause-
keep us posted.
it'll double at least,
Okay.
a little more than that probably.
Okay.
Okay. So I think that really covers the ongoing projects and the new projects for this fund. Am I forgetting anything?
Okay,
Thank you, TJ.
No problem. Is that it?
thank you, sir.
Any questions? Easy enough. Appreciate you. Y'all have a good one.
Okay, you too, sir.
So that concludes who we had set up for this morning. Just again, just a little ahead of schedule, which is good. I have some things I can fill in gaps if you want to keep going a little longer, or we can just wait
Let's
and come
go
back
another,
after lunch.
up to 15 minutes.
15 minutes more.
Yeah, if you fill 15 minutes,
I can.
not 20.
Not 20, just 15. So 11,
She seemed
25.
awfully eager when she said, I can. That's-
Yeah.
So I just thought today, we may go back to Department 0190 and just walk through some of those big countywide line items. Just make sure you don't have any questions or concerns. So we have not talked about those as of yet. So this is Department 0190. Haley has it pulled up. And so again, this is where we house any costs that are really just that we can't attach specifically to one department, so we keep it here. And so I'll just kind of start going down to the top. The top section, just like all the departments, these are salaries and benefits that we keep lumped together in this department.
What number was that?
I'm sorry, 0190. 0190. Did you find it?
Department request.
It's in the general fund worksheet.
It's what?
General.
It's in the worksheet, the general fund.
General fund?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Just
Go ahead.
Okay, so just going, that top part is just related to, like I said, to personnel-related cost. So that first line, incentive pay, so I know, I believe you have that on the agenda for tomorrow to approve for this current year. We didn't budget for it originally, so you'll see there that we have it in projected. And so we will, of course, be doing a budget amendment as well to cover that. For next
Are
year.
we okay with staying with that approach in,
So, I mean, I think if it's in your head that you're going to for sure continue with the incentive pay, that it would make sense to budget for it. However, it's something that we could incorporate with unspent personnel budget and, know that if that's occurring, that we could utilize that just like we are here.
probably fine doing the one,
I think we'll be safe just doing the placeholder as well. And then moving down bilingual pay, so we just, we spread it out at the end of the year, but just keeping it all there together. And I think that program seems to be working good. The holiday payout, budget the same. And so of course, that's where, to remind you, if employees work the holiday and aren't able to take that holiday in that same pay period, then it is paid out. So they don't roll it forward. And so our estimate for next year seems to be, we can keep it constant. Go ahead.
On bilingual pay, and I think Anna's cleared this up, but there's certain criteria for them to qualify, besides being able to speak fluent Spanish. They have to go through a test, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Yeah, and it has to be something needed as well.
Yes.
So, but this only covers this does not cover bilingual interpreters for the courts, does it?
No, sir.
And I think there's an issue there, but we can, but there's some retirements that they're discussing about certain folks that provide that service. And do we have that replacement? And so anyhow, that's separate from this.
Yes, this is just that supplement, that bilingual pay supplement for employees, for the nature of their business they're doing within their own office.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Of course. And then the next line is the comp time payout. So again, that's something that's, changed over the last few years. But the policy is now whatever comp time is remaining at year end will be paid out. So that everyone starts out at 0 the next year. Of course, it also was changed that when someone takes time off, they will eat into their comp time first and then their PTO. So again, our estimate, just because we've seen that evolve over the last few years, you'll see there that our estimate is lower than what we thought last year.
Looks a lot better than where we were.
Yes,
So
that's
do
hard.
y'all
that was-
think there's any improvement that can still be provided there in regards on how it's managed, or y'all feel comfortable?
You know, without getting in the weeds, I don't know that we could make additional changes.
I think so we can ask Anna.
Yeah,
Okay,
I can note that, and when she
From a
comes later
management
this week.
perspective, it
Yeah.
might be getting into the weeds a little, but
yeah, but it is part of management, and I just want to be sure it's being, it is being managed, not countywide, but specifically in each department. I mean, is there any indication where maybe management needs to be a little bit more,
Is there any one department over another that seems to
Yeah.
be using more
yeah,
comp?
exactly.
And,
Right.
yeah,
with the numbers coming down, that is a good thing.
that's a
Yeah,
good
yeah,
indication.
And
Probably the majority of people are doing it and handling it.
I think you're right. Okay,
Yeah, definitely look at it.
all right.
And then just the next three lines are taxes and benefits related to those upper lines. And there was a question on last week about retirement and what, that's tacked on into. And so we pay that retirement percentage to TCDRS for every dollar of pay that is given to that employee, whether it be their salary, incentive pay, bilingual pay. So that's why that is included there as well. And those just are formulas based on those upper numbers, so.
And I'll comment on that. I wasn't aware that on incentive pay, we paid retirement against it.
We do.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and I didn't realize, and I guess that's the law.
Yes.
So if you pay, whether it's incentive or bonus or a Christmas bonus or anything like that, we'll also pay retirement
So
against
is
that.
your estimate on the incentive pay include that? Or does that add to the retirement?
The projected expenditure column, that should include that as well. So we projected that there's that 454,000.
Yeah.
And then the formula for the Social Security Medicare retirement should include that amount.
It's in the incentive pay line? Or is
No,
the
the incentive,
retirement pay line?
the retirement pay line. So the incentive pay is just incentive pay purely.
It just goes to the percentage.
But you had it broken out at one, you had it broken out somewhere I saw on how much retirement we paid for incentive.
I think you were looking, there's a budget amendment on, and I think that's what you were asking.
That's where I saw that.
Yes. Yes, sir.
And I sure would, I just wasn't aware of it. So.
And that's why when you look at what we budgeted for retirement versus what we're projecting, it is exceeding because, we will need to do a budget amendment next year. But yes, by law, we have to pay on every dollar of payroll. And then just working down workers' comp insurance, we're estimating to stay the same. Unemployment insurance also the same. And then our retiree group health insurance premiums, we just see those, of course, creep up each year. And so we're estimating that we will need an additional $100,000 for next year,
And.
based on actual, what we are projecting.
Just for maybe Anna can give us an idea. She normally does around budget about what % of our employees or how many are ready for retirement or could retire tomorrow, just to kind of help us keep a gauge on what's coming with regards to. But it should start coming down, it should have not at some point, because there's not retirement health insurance anymore. So we ought to hit a peak.
We'll make sure that Anna, we'll circle back to that topic as well with Anna on what the retirement ready to retire population looks like right now.
I have that noted, and so I'll bring that number back for the course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have 6 minutes, so we'll keep going. So the next lines, just operating that we consider countywide. So supplies, and those are, of course, the supplies that we buy for the storeroom at purchasing. They buy them, of course, and then we cost those out to each department, which you've all probably seen in your own departments. But that 9,500 just keeps those purchases being able to be made. Telephone, we've been able to drop a little bit. just based on history. Advertising and legal notice is the same. Other services and charges the same. And those are really big catch-alls, that other services and charges here. But we still feel that will be good for next year. Professional services, that is one that have seen increase each year. There'll be a budget amendment to increase that line item already for this year again, but we're asking to move that up to 75,000, and we'll see how that pans out for the year. Liability insurance, also one of those that we see increase each year. We don't have firm numbers on some of the pieces of our insurance policies, but that is our best estimate right now. So we have $100,000 of increase there in that line item. Damages, claims, and judgments, just one of those what ifs, not sure. We are leaving that 75,000 there. We are only projecting notice to spend this year right under 40, but we've seen that go way over and come way under, so it's not a consistent line item. Postage is like supplies. It's another one of those that the postage is bought for the big postage machine here in the courthouse, and we cost that out. But we just have in there as a placeholder almost to continue those purchases and loading that machine as needed. Repair and maintenance, just some things come up here or there, but we have lowered that to 1,500. Utilities, just looking at it right now, we're very close to what we have budgeted, but we're just gonna keep that the same. It's always something that we can come back and amend if needed, but right now, I think we're just, we feel comfortable leaving it as is and just monitoring it through the year.
The contract is, I'm on the board and I can't even, there's some point we're gonna have to pay the piper on that whole deal. Unfortunately, just due to the market conditions. But it's not, I don't think it's this year.
I felt like, Mr. Quinn, when he spoke on that last, it seemed like this year should be comparable to last year.
And they send that forward report. They have to send us that.
Yes. And that number, sometimes too, the kind of summer we have, that plays a big factor in that number too, rates aside. That could make it skyrocket as well, but again, just leaving it there for the time being, I think we should be good. Our accounting and auditing services, which is our outside auditors, again, just stay the same. Bank service charges, that's changed over the years in the way that's flowing, but moving that down, getting it closer to what we are actually seeing. Tax appraisal services. So this is our estimated portion of the McLennan County Appraisal District's budget. I don't believe they have a finalized budget yet, just that proposed almost.
It's not gonna change.
Okay, so we have that amount in there, and of course, that will always change because that is our portion is based on.
Of our levy.
Yes, and so until all entities approve a tax rate, we won't know what that is. So that's why, like this year, you've seen it exceed the budget a little bit. But again, just an estimate in there.
You would think if we had to pay as much as over $850,000, we'd get invited to the Christmas party.
I've never been myself. That's how tight we run it over there.
Okay.
Autopsies, again, one of those that we keep
I
increasing.
just want to point out that
Yes, go ahead.
they on that tax appraisal, the budget is increasing almost $75,000.
Yeah.
Yes. If you want, I can get you the explanation and
Yeah, he
that on that.
He sent some stuff, I just haven't.
It's another one of those things, they got so caught up in trying to keep it down and keep everybody happy that you go too long and then all of a sudden.
We can study that a little closer and look at that later this week if y'all like, and just kind of compare what it's been year to year. Autopsies line, again, just one of those that keeps increasing. So we're projecting we'll spend right at 700,000 this year. So we're budgeting 700,000 there. county legal counsel, we have seen that number get closer to that budgeted amount in some recent years. This year, we're not seeing that as much. I know a lot of the costs have been ARPA related, and so those have been housed in the ARPA fund, but we have left that budget the same if needed. Membership dues the same, and then we have just left contingencies at 1.5 million. We moved that up from $1 million a few years back, and that just seems to still be okay, I think, with what we're seeing with the pop-up expenditures that come up during the year. So I would recommend leaving that as is for now. So I know.
This is how many? So this is 8 months of expenditures, is that correct? Or 9? 9
So
months.
we've moved 800,000 roughly out of that line. So the amended budget right now is at 700,000, and that may change tomorrow after the budget amendments are approved tomorrow too. So, roughly half there. But I think this is a very large department because they're very large, just chunks of cost. But you'll see there just from year to year, not much of an increase, which I think is a good sign. And we're not projecting to come over budget in those line items either. So, okay, it was my 15 minutes. So
Yep,
I got
okay,
it. I got
great.
it done in 15 minutes. We'll come back to that appraisal services line, just get some more info there and study that a little more. But other than that, if there's any other lines we want to analyze, we've analyzed them behind the scenes, but if you want to look at them as a court,
Okay.
let us know.
All right, and then, let's see, someone's coming in at 1:40. Do we want to meet a little bit before then?
Yes, 1:30, we have Judge Peterson.
Okay.
He just has a
1:30.
small increase in his budget, but I wanted him to speak on it.
Yes.
And then we originally had planned on having a heavy conversation with IT today at the end of the day, but we're gonna have to push that to Monday. I mean, today's Monday, to Wednesday.
Okay.
So after health services, we can go back to some other things, but we
Yeah.
will not be having that IT discussion today.
Okay, so at that time, we'll kind of summarize what we talked about
Mm-hmm.
today. We'll mention what we're gonna come back, questions that still need to be answered or a final decision's not made.
Yes,
Right.
yes. I'll see what y'all feel about what's been
Interior
discussed today.
design, those kind of things.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. Well, if there's not anything else, well, we will recess until 1:30. Okay, let's call court back in session. It's 1:30.
All right. We are just going to continue to hear from departments this afternoon. I know Judge Peterson was going to join us. Let's see if I see him.
He may be out there.
Do you mind if I lost
It's
track of
off right
time?
there, right?
Yes, yes.
And my audio's off too.
Yes.
Good, okay, thank you.
Let me see if I can grab him.
Okay.
Keep trying to, I forget when I'm on Zoom, I don't have any control over this thing at all. Keep trying to move it up on my screen so it's not down on the bottom.
So,
I'll eventually get there, but
It's there. I think it's all right.
yeah, and also, if you want to blow it up.
It's already blown up, isn't it?
What's it say there?
Side by side, that's the gallery, that's what it's seeing up here.
Yeah, right. Look, one of these is to get it larger zoom out.
Show down video, show media time. Full screen, down at the very bottom. There it is. Can I get rid of that thing over there?
Just, I can only watch so long and then I have to.
Can I get rid of that?
Yeah, you have to keep that.
You can slide it up into the top.
Okay,
Yeah, that's basically just showing you who's showing cameras.
okay.
Okay, we're waiting for Judge Peterson.
So sorry. He was thinking tomorrow, but he's gonna come down here in just a sec, so.
Pardon me?
He was thinking it was tomorrow, so he's just gonna come down here in just a sec when he
Okay.
has some time, so. What could we go to? Let's think. I guess, just while we're waiting, a little bit longer, I know the tax office should be here any minute as well. But this morning, the departments we went over, is there anything that, and we'll pull them up in just a bit, but is there anything that y'all felt hesitation about, or?
No, and I've made the comment before, y'all have heard me say this. We've got a visit, I guess, with HR tomorrow, and you'll know more about it too, I guess, but until I see some numbers on, and I've told the judges, those new salary schedules, I'm real hesitant for any budget increases or personnel requests or anything. I need to see what that's gonna cost the county.
And I know tomorrow we'll be talking about that as well as Wednesday, tomorrow on the regular agenda, I believe, and then Wednesday we'll, be back on budget workshops and we'll talk about that. And we have some other ideas on budgeting and how we can hopefully accommodate some of that, and budget a little more realistically.
Well, does that include the the new SO salary schedule tomorrow? When will we get it?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Those are honor questions. I guess.
Yes. Yes, sir. I'm trying to think.
Judge Peterson's on his way over.
How about we go to Commissioner's report?
The judge,
Okay.
we're live now, so.
Okay.
Okay. I'm improving. Let's look at Department 0010, just something else we need to check off. This is just the general department for Commissioner's Court, so no specific precinct. It's just where we lump those costs. It's also half of the commissioners' salaries appear here. But again, just one of these things that there's a slight increase in software maintenance. And that's for the civic clerk software, so the software that runs the agenda. And so there is an increase there, and so we just want to make sure that was pointed out.
Judge, come on up, come on up.
Thank you.
I apologize.
No, no problem.
Sorry. I just,
We'll go in.
Hey, none of us have ever gotten anything like that, so. Yes, sir.
good afternoon.
Judge,
How are you, Judge?
I'm fine, thank you. I'm truly blessed.
Oh, I like a,
Like that?
yeah,
Welcome to the club.
not old enough to grow a beard yet.
So, Judge, we have Judge Peterson here, JP 1-2.
Okay.
And so, he has one increase in his budget, and it's the furniture and equipment line. And so, we just thought it was best that he speak on that request and let you know, personally why he needs that for his office
Okay,
this year.
good.
So I'll turn it over to him.
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity, and really, I just, I've been in office now 12 years, and I've just been a lot of improvements going on around the county that look this great, and I just felt there was time to upgrade our office a little bit. And the girls do a tremendous job, as do the other courts, but I just wanted to give them opportunity to work in something a little bit nicer, if you will, but I think I think it would help the appearance also of the courthouse as well.
Did you get TJ or somebody to come over and kind of give an estimate, or how did you come up with a number?
Originally went to I forget the guy's name, but the one we'd been using, or the ones that Judge Hensley's office used last year. And when I called that guy,
Keith Reed?
who?
Keith Reed?
Keith.
Home
yeah.
office?
Yes. Anyway, I originally went to him, and when he kept putting us off, and it was like he was awful busy, and all I wanted to do was try to get an estimate. And he just kept putting us off. I said, well, he can't be the only guy in town. So I went to this Total Office Solutions, and they were gracious enough to come out and give me a bid.
So it's primarily new furniture?
The desk works stations for the ladies, yes.
Okay, all right. And then, I guess the only thing, with the, one of the things, of course, if it's a furniture, you can move furniture. If when we finish doing the Justice Center, one of the ideas were to give, Justice Peace more room, better accommodation type deal. But that's gonna be a couple of years.
Well, these will be movable too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Whatever we adjust to, these will be adjustable. We can take them with us.
Yeah, okay.
If it happens in 2 years.
Have we ever upgraded furniture in your office?
The only thing I did was I went to the device that raises the desk.
I got you.
And that's the only thing that I've changed since I've been here. So ladies have where they could stand up at their desk, and that seems to be a very popular thing
Yeah.
with offices these days.
Yeah.
And these, of course, will raise as well, but that's the only improvement that I made there.
Okay. All right, any questions, anybody here? All right, appreciate your time.
Again, I apologize, but you sent me that, and
Don't apologize. We're fine.
Like I said, you could have come back tomorrow too.
thank you all for all you do.
Thank you.
Very much. You all have a
Appreciate you,
blessed
Judge.
day.
Glad to see you around, up and around.
Glad to be around.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. But y'all take care.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Stacy.
All right. Next.
Okay, so we are awaiting our next presentation. Did he say?
You have a comment?
When the Justice Center is finally up and running, how does that
Does it affect them?
How does it affect them?
Well, Dustin can kind of speak to it probably better than me, but there's just thought about, there's gonna be a lot of room in the courthouse, and I don't know if y'all have, their offices are a little bit cramped, but the courtroom itself is not, adequate at all.
Right,
And, so it
Very
could
small.
be, pardon me?
very small.
Yeah. So it could be.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Dustin.
I'm sorry, Judge. We had kind of in our initial workup with the space group, we had looked at having individual JP courtrooms on each wing, along with the dedicated offices for their staff. So that is something. But as you said, furniture can be reconfigurable and be moved. So, but yeah, we looked at them having adequate office space, then also adequate courtroom space as well.
But so you foresee them being in this building, in the historic?
Yes, so we're thinking 1-1 or 1-2 could stay where they are, and then the commissioner's courtroom could become the other JP courtroom, and then those constable offices due to relocation could free up some space for the JP 1-1 or 1-2 offices, whoever's not at the other end of the hall.
And what would this room become?
Potentially a JP courtroom.
And where would this court go?
We got to design.
Looking,
That wouldn't,
I bet the district judges would like that.
we're looking at potentially commissioner's courtroom could move up to the second floor to county court at law number 1. It's a large area. It's got the offices along the side, which could accommodate IT for the broadcast function. So that's kind of in our initial plan, was to relocate commissioner's court to the second floor.
I wouldn't have to walk downstairs for the court.
I thought maybe it was going over on Columbus with that demolition. I wasn't sure.
I knew you were gonna bring that up eventually.
Looking good over there. Looking good.
Slicking
Okay.
it off, aren't they?
They are.
But as Dustin was saying, these are all just preliminary ideas and those kind of things, but there will be room if, made available by the completion of the new judicial center.
I had a visit with the people down there, the Brinkley Sergeant.
Oh, did you?
Who was there?
One of the gentlemen wasn't even aware of the project. He said he's going to have to get up to date. He was out of one of the other offices. I think most of the people working are out of Dallas, and he was out of Austin office, I believe, or something.
Is Gina still with them?
Yeah. As far as I know.
I was pretty polite to her. I said, is this thing ever going to get done?
So what did they have to do with the demolition of?
Oh, nothing. I
Oh.
just threw that in. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Confused you.
okay, you did.
Okay. Accomplished.
Okay.
Okay, well, Heather Travers is already here, so we will just jump around a little bit and go ahead and get her department done. So her department's Department 4310. Oh, perfect.
Thank you.
Not too much information, but
Thank
too
you,
much
ma'am.
sometimes okay.
Okay.
So you want to skip to the first highlighted item?
Yeah, so we can just look at the highlighted line items, and I know we'll also be talking about a change we need to make to one of these here in a sec. But yes, if you want to just start with other services and charges.
So with other services and charges, we did decrease that line item to 2,500 originally because we're going to move that in-plug software line item. You'll see that when we get to software licensing. We're just going to reallocate it from one place to another. So it would have decreased us down to 2,500, except for that project that we're considering doing with City of Waco for that resource link. And that would be an FY25 project that's still in discussions. But if we want to do that and we want to partner with City of Waco, then that would be about a $6,000 investment from the county. I think the overall cost of that project is gonna be around 15,000, but they just asked if we could do 6. And so it's very similar to that. They currently have a mental health resource link on their website that you go to, you click on, you answer a series of questions, and it connects you with a mental health resource here in McLennan County. So it'll be very similar to that. It'll just cover all, food, health, transportation, legal services. It'll just broaden it. So that's why we're at 8,500.
And that's included in that 8,500.
Yes, sir. So that would be the $6,000 would just kind of sit there if we use it.
Okay.
And then moving on down to software licensing, that's just again where we're locating that in-plug software cost to where it needs to be. So that's, the increase is simply just that.
Okay.
And then when we move on down to indigent healthcare, originally when I worked on the budget a while back, I had thrown in the 3,250 figure. But after we've all looked at the numbers, we're thinking we would probably be comfortable just staying where we are going into the next year with no change. And that graph kind of shows you, when you're just kind of comparing enrollment to cost, it's why it's so hard to gauge, because you can see in FY19 and FY20, our enrollment was high and our cost was a little low. And then it's kind of this year, we're anticipating maybe kind of seeing that same play out. And so it's just really hard to gauge the cost at the end of the year, because you can't just go by your active clients served. The expenditures just change. And then I know Poppers is not on there, but we had moved it up last year to 100, and I thought about decreasing it back to 75, but with our new contract out for bid this year, if you're comfortable leaving it at 100 until we get settled with the change of a new contract, that might be a good idea.
Yeah, I would imagine that contract will go up.
And I know Commissioner Jones, you had asked to see where we're, number-wise with Poppers, and that last graph kind of shows you our expenditures and our approval ratings versus past years. So we have seen some positive change with that. But like you said, if the price of the contract goes up, then regardless, the cost is going to increase. So that's it.
Any questions anyone have?
That's pretty cut and dried right there.
They were all that.
So, back again on this partnership or alignment with City of Waco. Tell me what this does for us again, this.
So it'll just add a resource that folks, so let me back up by saying, a lot of times our nonprofits will create things like this, databases, resource lists, and things like that. But if a person is new to our county or our city, they're going to go to our county or our city website to look for help generally, because they're not going to know a nonprofit exists. So we always have the option of linking in our nonprofit sites to our main sites so that they can be redirected there, but we've not really done that in the past. And so City of Waco started this partnership with this organization to work on the mental health piece, and they've had that implemented this whole last year. So they're just going to take that same concept and increase it to include a database with all of our community resources on there. And that's simply what it'll be. It'll just be some type of icon that folks click on, and it walks them through a series of questions that leads them to the appropriate resources that they might be eligible for or could look into. So I could send you the link to the site that they have now, the mental health, so you could kind of have more of a visual of how that one's working. It kind of help.
And they're going to use it for indigent health?
Well, it'll be used for all types of resources.
Also.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. And Waco currently has what in use?
One for mental health
One for
resources.
mental health, but they plan to go to the all.
Yes. And so what had happened is, it's kind of an interesting, I had started working on a sidebar with this organization, and then found out they were already working with City of Waco, and so then we all kind of jumped on board together, and it's still in discussion phases. They have an estimate of what it would approximately cost, and that's where this figure came from, but it's still completely in discussion and conversation phases. It's not moved any further.
So is that a one-time cost? or-
That is the way I understand it, but I asked that question if there would be ongoing cost, and yes, there will be, but we're not being asked to spend any. And LaShonda said she'd be happy to come and present to you on it if you wanted a full presentation when we got that far. But because anything takes maintenance, and, you know, you're having to keep the information accurate. But we are not being asked to include an ongoing annual fee.
And who did you say would be glad to present it?
LaShonda?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might be good to see this. Sure.
Yeah, when we get to, this is just kind of a placeholder, if you will, if we want to be involved. And then when we get to that point, when it's actually, you know, something that's coming to fruition, then she'd be happy to come and present on it.
Do you think it'll be up and going in 2025?
Okay,
Okay.
all right. Any other questions? Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's easy enough.
And while we're on this department, I just wanted to point out the line from McLennan County Public Health District is in this department, and that's based on the contract where our portion increases 30 cents per person per year. So we're up to $2.85 per person right now. So that's why you see that increase there. But again, based on a contract that you've previously approved, so.
Okay. Thank you.
You bet.
Thanks, Heather.
Well, enjoy the rest of your day. It did rain. I don't know if you've been outside, but it
Yeah.
rained a little bit.
Yeah, it did.
It's feeling a little like fall.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
I'm thinking on our website, we just put a little deal that says for help, go to City of Waco.
Yeah, I think that's a
And what
great
could that cost?
Good referral.
That refer. Save that $6,000.
Okay. So, we'll fill some time here. So we're gonna go back up to Department 0010 while we're waiting for the next to arrive.
Okay.
This one just should be just simple to look at and review, but this is, I think I was mentioning this when Judge Peterson walked in. But there's just one increase here, and it's software licensing and support. And that is because of an increase in the civic clerk, the agenda, building software, or yes.
Okay.
That keeps it. And I wanted to bring this one up too, just because it's a conglomeration. We don't actually get like a formal request, for this, your admin assistants utilize this for things that, they may incur that are commissioners court wide. So I just wanted to just shine a light on it for a minute and make sure you didn't have any other thoughts there. But I think this is one we can check off, if y'all are good.
We don't really have a lot of control over most of it.
No.
It is what it is.
Just 1 minute.
You're good. Should we sort them by yellow and maybe just, I don't know, maybe we'll just wait. Do you want me to go try to call him? Do you want to call? Do you want me to go try to call him? I don't know.
Francis?
Confirmed with them. Yes, sir.
Like, several years ago, when we hosted the North and East deal, and we had host court night. Now, where do we budget that?
So we have never really had a set budget. I think money was flowing in.
Yes.
And so we held that in just like an asset, a liability account, a balance sheet
Did
account.
it cover all the cost?
Yes, I believe so.
So we.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
And I can pull that up later and look at that and make sure.
Well,
But I
because
believe
that's gonna happen again next year, and there's a possibility that the statewide, which is the following year, that's coming up for bid, and our Convention Tourism Bureau bid on it, or wanting to bid on it, and they're wanting to know if we would
Right.
host another court night.
Do the,
That's 2 years in a row would be the challenge, but
Yeah.
we've been able to get it done, and it's a great opportunity for,
Doesn't it conflict with the rodeo, though? Were we having to look for an
Yeah.
alternative?
Discuss that, yeah.
yeah, it does, but I think it's a different group. It's just that we can't have it. Well, all right,
I thought they talked about moving it a week.
yeah, they are talking about moving it a week out. So then it wouldn't, but,
Next year, or
Nevertheless.
next year or the state conference?
uh,
The North and East or the state conference?
okay, I'm getting,
North and East already set, date-wise. It's already set for next year.
When is it?
I don't know, it was in the back of that brochure we had.
hey, Dustin, if you would check on
Is it
that.
June?
Seems
Maybe
like
that's
it's
the one
always in
I'm-
the first half of the year. Because it always
Yeah,
seems
right.
like it occurs before we go to Austin.
Yeah,
Right,
this week.
yeah, we just had it this
We
week.
just
so
had
if
it last week.
If it's a year from now, then,
I think it was a July date.
we'll check on that, and then Cody might know, specifically about the, annual meeting that they're looking at, that,
That's the one that's in October usually.
yeah, that's one that's in October.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the County Judge and Commissioners Association.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
So is the cost that would run through us really just for that one event, that one night event, or is it?
yeah,
Yeah.
just that one.
Okay, I didn't know how your association did it.
Like you say, we've been offsetting it with donations from local members.
So no other cost
All
involved.
those things.
And that's worked out really well. And I know Suzanne and Chrissy were highly involved in it. It worked out really good. So,
Yeah, okay,
okay.
okay.
So we have Randy Ricks and Kathy Holloman
Look
with the
familiar.
tax office.
Seen it before.
If you don't know them. So they have 4 departments in the general fund. So they're Department 590, 592, 594, and 610. And so they'll walk through the lines that have increased in those departments. Since they are spread out among 4 departments, the operating section of those budgets, if you collapse them all together, there's an increase of $20,000. And that's over all 4 departments, and I know they'll speak on why there's that increase. So.
Okay, thank you.
We'll just start with 0590, if that's okay, or however, if you have a different plan of action.
We will work however you would like for us to. Honorable Judge, Commissioners, Randy Riggs, Tax Assessor Collector for the citizens of McLennan County. Have my Chief Deputy here with me, Kathy Holloman, who I rely on heavily, so I'm thankful that she's here by my side. I would like to start with one thing. You all know that you all provided our queuing system, which is NemoQ. And going back to 2022, we had 147,686 people that were served. In '23, 149,443. And then in '24, we estimate 151,357. So we're increasing of that amount. The interesting thing is that we can now track the transaction time. And for those 3 years, it was 7 minutes and 41 seconds. The next year is 7 minutes and 50 seconds. And then the third year, 7 minutes and 48 seconds. Tells us about, we're just a little bit under 8 minutes to process a transaction.
Does it tell you what the average weight is?
I was about to get to that.
Okay.
That's the interesting thing that we've experienced is in '22, the average wait time was 9 minutes and 36 seconds. '23, it was 5 minutes and 21 seconds. And currently, it's at 4 minutes and 1 second.
Good job.
And that is
There's a
really,
markedly
of course,
noticeable difference.
staff is one thing, but y'all's support from a technological perspective is so important. So I just want to say thank you to you all.
Have you been able to track days of the month that you have heavier?
Absolutely.
Because I know that has a lot to do with those averages. When you walk in there and there's no one sitting in the chairs.
It's kind of a science, yeah. We know, the people that ever complain about wait times, I'd like to say it's their choice, because you can choose times when there's not a soul in there, and you can walk right in, you get served, and walk right back out.
That's right, absolutely.
And we have managed our lunch times to where everybody is on the desk between 12 and 1. That makes 11 to 12 and 1 to 2 a little light, but most people say, well, it's my lunchtime, I'll go just take care of it real quick, and that's from 12 to 1. So we continue to manage it, continue to tweak it, to do what we can to improve. Now, one of the main reasons why it's better is because we're fully staffed. and we're fully trained. Because when you have people that you're training, not only are those people not benefiting as much, but also you have to have people that are off the counter training them. So we now are fully staffed, fully trained, and things are going well. So thank you all for your support. Just wanted to start with that and just say thank you.
If I might add to that.
No, well, okay, sure.
We thought last year when we got down to 5 minutes, we wouldn't get below that. But then this last year, we implemented the online appointment system, and we do not allow them to make appointments during those busy times, lunchtime. And so it has helped spread out the times that the taxpayers are coming for whatever services they're coming for. And I think that has helped get the wait times down as well. But yes, we can tell you exactly. We've got a calendar. It's the red dot days, Mondays, Fridays, and then certain days that are very busy.
Early the month, late the month.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're looking at 590. If you want to look at it, Francis did say that we've increased a little bit. It's 0.3% increase for all four cost centers. The first one, you just want to go down line item by line item, or do y'all have specific questions that you like?
The highlighted are the increases, so if you want to touch on the
Is that
yellow.
what you want? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So the first one is supplies. Primarily, that's just the good old-fashioned vanilla supplies, which include the cost of paper, cost of toner, cost of checks and deposit slips, primarily because we're sending out a lot more refunds because there was a law change that allowed the appraisal district to allocate or change the way homestead exemptions were calculated. So we're putting out more refund checks, just takes more resources on that. Printing and binding, that is an increase from our supplier, Peregrine, that prints our statements. The other services and charges, that's kind of a larger one. That is because it's my cycle, so I'm going to have a bond that has to be paid. Also, there are other entities that we're members of that we have dues increase, have contract with Pitney Bowes and CTWP. Both of those contracts increased. And then the software licensing support, quite a big jump, but if you'll look, that's what, 16,000. If you'll look under repair and maintenance, we've decreased that by 16,500. So rather than showing it in repairs and maintenance, it is now being shown under the software licensing and support. Any questions in regard to those? Good. Next is the office in McGregor, the substation there. Increase, once again, is just supplies. That's checks and paper and toner. Other cost is a contract increase from CTWP. The travel reimbursement, travel was captured in the motor vehicle budget, but now we moved it to better match the expense with the service. So we moved the travel for McGregor into that cost center as well as the travel for West. You'll see that also.
So every other day, the work gets picked up from the substations and brought into the main office, and supplies such as plates and sticker paper and anything that's needed to run that office gets taken to those substations. And we do use exempt employees to do that so that we're not paying anybody extra.
And you understand that driving from somebody's house to the first point of contact is a commute. We don't reimburse for commutes. But once you hit that point of contact and then have to go to another office, that's what is reimbursed from a travel perspective. Any questions in regard to McGregor? Move right on along to West, real similar to what we just talked about, the travel reimbursement and then the software and supplies. That is the taking it out of the repairs and maintenance and more adequately disclosing it as software. And then that would bring us to the motor vehicle. Which we've already kind of covered the justification for supplies, furniture and equipment. We're looking at 3 chairs that we feel are needed. That's primarily the increase there. The other services and charges, once again, the bond and the splitting of membership dues for different organizations that the office is a part of. Postage and shipping. You know, last week, the Texas DMV finally came out with their idea of what they're going to do with House Bill 718. And based on that, we're not going to have to mail as much as we thought, so we could probably pull that down. A safe amount would be to leave it where it is, but if you're looking to find some nickel and dimes, we could probably pull that back. Oh, gosh, I'm going to pull a number out of the air, a couple of $1,000. So if needed, or you can leave it in there, and it's kind of a forced savings for the county. And then professional development, that is primarily, last year, our VG Young Institute for Local County Government was here in Waco, and this year it's going to be in San Marcos. So we're adding that cost back in there.
And on the postage and shipping for motor vehicle, if you looked at prior years, it was higher, but we started using the boxes that ship for a single amount rather than using the postage meter to ship the titles to the state. So we saved quite a bit this past year by using those boxes.
Some of the networking at some of our conferences, it's like, well, how do you do these things? And then we heard that idea, it's like, well, by golly, I'd like to think that was an original idea, but we got it from networking through a conference. There are ways that those do pay off.
As part of a conference.
That's right.
Exactly. The last thing we have is
we were at one last week, and I was learning from a guy sitting next to me, but unfortunately, it was Commissioner Smith, and we could have done that right here.
Oh, I thought you were going to say over at the bar.
No. He didn't go with me.
I was with some that went there, so I heard of how successful it was. So.
Yeah, it was good meeting.
Good. The one last item, I don't know if you want to go over capital outlay.
Yes, please.
Based on the House Bill 718, we had thought of our additional involvement dealing with all 300 dealers, as well as our limited service deputies, which is HEB and Educators Credit Union. And felt like there was a need for a vehicle to be able to be on the road almost constantly dealing with that, delivering plates and auditing the results from those dealers. Because the state is proposing to ship the plates directly to the dealers, we're not going to be in the delivery business, which is thrilling. And that kind of takes away our need for a vehicle. If we do need a vehicle, I think it's something that we can absorb within our own staff and don't need to have a county vehicle. So as of last week, and we didn't talk, so sorry I didn't reach out to you, but we can, right now, we feel comfortable taking that out of the budget.
Okay.
Do you still have the responsibility to audit?
Yes, we will. And the issue is, I hate to use the word control. I control my deputies. Okay, we have deputies across the street. We also have limited service deputies, which are HEBs, and they're bonded to me. These plates are being sent to the dealers. They will not be dealer deputies as defined in the code. They will just be sent. So based on my understanding, I don't have that responsibility for those plates. Now, a plate's not good unless you have the sticker. We're still responsible for getting the sticker to the dealers and possibly even to individuals. So that's where some of the postage does come into play.
They're gonna know every used car dealer in the state of Texas that, they're gonna request to the state for plates, or how will that?
We're scratching our head over that one.
The state has a system, And right now, this is one issue that I've mentioned to you all in the past. The state would like for us to hold more plates in our location here. We don't have the space, so we're always looking for more space from a storage perspective to satisfy the state requirements. They have a good system where they know what is needed, and they like to be able to ship those. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. There are going to be headaches. And, you know, who solves the headaches? That's our office. That's the county. So when they need plates, they will come to us to get those plates that they can't get shipped to them on a regular basis.
You go up and down Franklin, and there's dealerships that go out of business all the time. What happens with their inventory? They just go out, when they go out of business?
Well, like I said, those plates will be maintained by the state, and that's
their
going to be
problem.
the state's responsibility.
I see some headaches.
That's their problem.
Oh, I understand that. It just blows my mind.
I hate to say it that way, but that's the way I'm banking right now.
Without the little sticker on it, then
Yeah,
it doesn't have a value,
But
right?
still.
Correct. But, you know, to be able to buy a car on the weekends, you got to have a plate. And right now, we have paper plates, but as of July 1 of next year, we will have metal plates.
I can see a lot of metal art, you know, Texas flags, made out of license plates.
Commissioner, we try not to go there because, as you all can appreciate, there's fraud in anything that is done.
Yeah.
Whenever there's a system, there's always somebody out there trying to beat the system.
Sure.
Yeah, that's
So-
why the guy behind you is in business.
Yeah, he's sitting there right there.
Here we go.
We have seen some,
Economic.
as we've dealt with law enforcement and caught some fraudulent transactions, we've seen plastic plates with numbers made with a cricket, and, you know, you turn them over, they're white on the back. And when you think about the fact that a 24-hour permit, a 30-day permit, that's all going to be metal, they don't have to turn them back in.
It's gonna be, yeah.
How does it solve the problem? We don't know.
We will be asking, and this isn't personnel, I know, but we will be asking for a quality assurance specialist within our office because we're getting more of this. Yes, and we're not law enforcement, but we do have a responsibility to maximize the benefit of the taxpayers in capturing that as best we can. I can tell you that somebody can go out and look at your vehicle and get your VIN number off that vehicle, and then go and try to, if somebody doesn't have the right paperwork, we have to send them to the regional office at the state, which is not perfect. They do the best they can, but they can get a bonded title, come in and transfer title to your vehicle based on some of the information that they can get just by walking by, and all of a sudden, you know, that's not your vehicle because they have a title to it. Now, you have a title to it as well. Now we get into a legal issue. As much of that we can eliminate, the better off it is for the taxpayers within the county.
They can do it on a mortgage, they can certainly do it on a car.
Yeah.
Mortgages too, yeah.
Well, in our office, we wouldn't overwrite that VIN with the new vehicle. We can't say what other tax offices do, but we do reach out to the HOT task force and try to get their help when we see that kind of thing. And they've been very helpful. We've developed a good relationship with them.
When you look at dealers, we have, although you all realize peer counties, and our friends south of us at Bell County, they're larger than we are population-wise. But here in good old McLennan County, we have more independent dealers, car dealers, than they do in Bell County. As you mentioned, there's just one road you can drive up and down. And sometimes if you see cars sitting out in parking lots, the challenge that we have is there's somebody that has bought that in some type of transaction, didn't transfer it, and parks it there in hopes to sell it to somebody else. Then that person comes in, and when that happens, the state and the county lose out on tax dollars. Not that I want to be the mean tax collector, because we're the friendly tax collector, but by golly, what's right is right. So we do what we can to uphold the law.
I watched SO take plates off a vehicle out in the parking lot here just a couple months ago that they'd come in and try to get the title evidently and couldn't get it.
Well, that's whenever somebody writes us a hot check, rather than going here first. the code wants us to work with law enforcement. And so our constables have done some great work, and they will go and take the plates off the vehicle when they can locate it. And they return the plates to us until they come in and make the check good.
With the one you saw, I believe April called a guy in Magnolia and asked, do you still have your pickup truck? And he said, yes. And she said, are you sure? And he said, I'm looking at it in the parking lot in my office. And so then we called the task force and regional, and everybody got over, and yeah, they got
Yeah,
on it.
Plates can be stolen
We
easily.
Appreciate you.
And those were plastic plates.
Oh, really?
And they had stickers over all the VINs.
Oh, we got stories, yeah.
Yeah.
But y'all are busy. Any questions y'all have for us specifically?
Any questions?
Appreciate you.
Well, it's our honor, and thank you. I know they're all busy, but if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Have a good day.
Thanks. You too.
There you, Katie.
Before you leave, anytime you follow the tax collector, I think that's probably good, right?
Or free love. You can't jump over that one.
I mean, that's a
That's thick.
dang good proposal.
That's thick.
Next up, we have our district attorney, Josh Teetons, and Cyril Humphreys is with him as well. I have pulled up the operating portion of his budget. Haley has it pulled up there. It says this is Department 0210, and this is a department we looked at one of the first days we talked in July. His department has a decrease for the operating portion, but there were some questions about some of the spending, the projected versus what he had asked for next year. And so we had kind of flagged that one to come back to. Just looking at this, just glancing at it, one of the biggest pieces of it is the furniture and equipment. And I know he has explained to us why that money wasn't spent this year, but if you just want to let them know why that projected amount came so far below the budget.
Well, as the new kid on the block, I was advised that when you increase the number of personnel spots, you need to do so with your other expenses as well. But we're real cheap, and we didn't need to do that. So we did get more bodies into our office. Thank you for that. But we used the furniture and office space and et cetera, supplies that we already had, so we didn't have to spend.
Seminars in relation to this.
Absolutely. And I've told you guys before, I'm not ashamed to try to get stuff on Facebook either, Facebook Marketplace, or go to garage sales. You can get some good deals that way.
Yes, sir.
But no, that's the main reason, is we were able to utilize what we already had. I'm the guy that was emailing and asking other departments, do you guys have extra file cabinets you're not using, or desks or shelves, and just trying to use what was already available.
So you had a lot of equipment there. You had to hire the people to put in front of it, right?
That's right.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Makes sense.
And then for next year, the 50,000 that we have in there, that is for, if you expand office space, right, then you would need some additional furniture. Is that what that was to cover?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Any questions?
The professional development goes from
40 to 50.
40 to 50, and there's only been 21 spent and possibly 29 projected. So what's...
Correct. So we're about to see a major increase in funds being pulled out of that with the annual conference that takes place in September. And with our increased staff numbers, that's why we thought we needed to increase that dollar figure, just covering expenses for their CLE credits.
What is your projection based on?
This one is a formula.
Averages,
Oh, it's a
but
formula?
also history.
Yes.
Like power squared form, or what kind of formula are we talking about?
We just look at the months that have gone by and,
It's
you know,
not easy. You just-
extrapolate.
You
It's-
take it and divide it by 12.
Multiply it times.
Sometimes it's just hard to
Number of days
know.
in a month. Okay, I got
Divide
it.
it by the number of
He
months
blew
and
us
multiply it by 12.
And things like
people think
professional
it's
development,
complicated.
some
Jim
offices
goes in
don't
there and
even know
ruins
who all they're gonna be sending the rest of the
Oh,
summer.
that's true.
Who's able
I've
to
known that
go.
secret for a
And
while.
we try to limit it as well. Not everyone gets to go to annual every year. Not everyone gets to go to the kids' sex conference. Believe it or not, lots of people want to go to that kind of stuff. And so we try to take turns as well.
Any other concerns or questions on his budget?
No.
Okay. We'll check that one off. So then, the other request that they have that we need to cover is for capital outlay.
No. That's
Run
where we
away.
get in trouble.
Run away.
So this is again in Department 7920 that we keep coming back to. And there is a line there for the district attorney, and this is for Ford Explorers. And again, that quote and the related information is in that, that capital outlay folder under department request if you're interested in the details. But that includes 8 Ford Explorers, the total cost being $391,551.
All right, and I'm not sure what y'all are privy to, but we had an investigator research this, and even after requesting him to be brief, he came up with 3 full pages with no margins and fine print. He goes into significant detail about our sister counties and what vehicles they have. Last year, y'all blessed us with 1 Dodge Ram truck that we use regularly. I know that it says Ford Explorers there, but that too, much like our furniture, we are not married to any one type of vehicle, whether it's new, whether it's used, whether it's a fleet vehicle from some other agency that might be local. He had everything from Explorers to Rams to Chevy Traverses to Escapes that he got quotes on. But at the end of the day, again, our sister counties provide vehicles for their investigators. And the truck that we've been utilizing is fantastic and very, very useful. But with 9 investigators, they're constantly having to play paper, rock, scissors to who gets to use it and go where. And so we're not,
Now, are these gonna be take-home vehicles, or are these gonna be come to work and get
well,
vehicles?
all that we are subject to cross-examination and questions, and we are open. Right now, that truck stays here. It's parked on the street over by our office. And again, every county does it, of course, not surprisingly, a little bit differently. But what I was about to say was we don't expect to get absolutely everything we ask for. We're realistic in that regard, but we would definitely historically need and use more vehicles at the end of the day, period.
So we're going from 1 to 8? Is that what you're saying?
Correct,
You have 9 total investigators right now.
correct,
And do they get mileage right now?
Yeah,
correct.
what's the fog,
Right, right now, they get mileage.
So will that come
probably
off? That would come off somewhere then, I would say.
Yes, so
Yes.
if other members of your staff are traveling or other than the investigators with the county cars, then they would be getting reimbursed as well. So just whoever in that office is using their own personal vehicle.
Is there any thought to, I know when I was an investigator, I had to share a vehicle.
Absolutely. And that's
Cut that in
why
half
we.
Maybe, and
Right, and
Before-
to give you some examples, Brazos County has 5 investigators, they're all take-home. Hayes County has 10, they're all take-home. Ellis County has 9 investigators and 7 vehicles. They are not take-home vehicles. Williamson County has, well, he makes me do math on this one, 14 investigators between their county and district attorney offices, and they share vehicles.
Who was that one?
That's Williamson County.
Williamson, okay.
So,
Now, their investigators, it's interesting, I take that back. They have a mix, Williamson County Special. They have actually some full sirens, radios, go get 'em vehicles. And then some plain vehicles, it appears. We don't need or want lights and sirens or any bells or whistles. If it has
You don't need
AC,
cages?
no cages. These do, it
Not
sounds like.
transporting, you're not
No,
transporting.
not transporting anybody. We're transporting witnesses or victims, but not defendants.
Yeah.
So I've been told as long as it's got air conditioning, they'll be happy.
Uh,
But it goes on like that
Are they on
throughout.
call?
So, yes and no. They all have take-home cell phones. They're all semi-required to respond 24/7. I think they all do, but at the same time,
But not all
they're
eight of-
not.
But not all 8 of them every night.
Correct, correct. They're not going to every crime scene in the middle of the night. If someone specifically reaches out to them, they will. But that's an exception, not a rule.
So bottom line is you need probably one for take-home purposes, whoever's on call. And then you need enough, whether it's 3 total plus the pickup 4 or, but they
Right.
could share. They could
Right.
easily share.
Start increasing the fleet.
That's
I don't know
our
if we would
that's our
increase
goal.
it. I mean, that's,
And to paint it maybe a simpler picture, you've got 9 investigators, but you're covering different courts. So
Right.
today, you've got a misdemeanor trial going with witnesses and victim, as well as a 19th District Court trial going. So theoretically, you would need 2. On occasion, there's up to 5 or 6 trials going at one time. You could have a CPS trial, you could have a juvenile trial, you could have all 3 misdemeanor courts going as well. And that's where the, again, need for multiple units at the same time comes into play.
Francis, do we, when somebody has a take-home vehicle, what's the requirement on, for them to justify the mileage? Otherwise, we'd have to do a 1099 if they were using a vehicle. and-
Other than law enforcement, there are specific laws that they get to do that it's not taxable to them. But anyone else that takes home a vehicle, so let's say maintenance of buildings, they're a person that works on call overnight, they take it home, and then they're taxed for that benefit each day that they take that
So
vehicle home.
are we taxing anybody?
Yes. So they mark on their timesheet the days that they take that vehicle home, and then those are added up. And so,
Is there a formula?
well, so let's say, I think, is it $30 a day benefit? I want to say $30. I need my payroll people. So it's like that benefit's $30. There's no cash $30 being transferred to them, but that's the benefit of that day of taking that vehicle home, and then that's taxed. So they're having withholding Social Security,
They
Medicare.
don't just take them home, let's say, talk about maintenance building, they don't just take them home 5 days a week, they take them home 7 days a week. So it's $210 taxable value right there,
Yes, if they took it home 7, yeah.
added to what?
It's added to their income.
To their income that they
But
pay
it's
for?
not so it's gonna show up on their tax forms at the end of the year, and they're taxed on that. It's just a taxable benefit.
Okay.
So,
We don't withhold, though, what you're saying.
we do, so we have withholdings pulled out as well as Social Security and Medicare. So it's just like they receive that in cash if you were looking at the tax side of things. And those are IRS requirements,
yeah,
yes.
All right, my other question is, you've got, so is Ford Explorer what you came up with? Or what y'all came up with?
We have a plethora of options. I'm not sure if the Ford Explorer was the cheapest, if that's how that one ended up on there. But again, these were new vehicle prices as well. Again, we're not married or opposed or anything else to seeking out used vehicles or other agency vehicles if that saves money.
Well, so there's a term that's been used in this court before about being adequate. And so I guess the question would be, what is an adequate type of vehicle and an adequate number of vehicles that you could start out with? And then the only other thing is I would like to also think that we consider keeping it simple by not having any more take-home vehicles than necessary, just so we don't get into this.
Right. I think an adequate vehicle would literally be some type of four-door vehicle, no bells and whistles of any kind. Again, just,
Standard.
you're,
Big
the
guy.
furthest you're gonna typically drive on average is gonna be DFW, going to and from the airport, picking up witnesses that we need to fly in and victims.
So,
So you do have to accommodate luggage and.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
2025 Ford Explorer XLT, 48,943. 2025 Ram F1, 1500 Bighorn, 47,679.
Is that on co-op?
Yes, those are three.
Those are co-op prices?
Ford Edge SE, 45. They've done a lot of work. Chevy Traverse, 43.
So those are all within several $1,000s each other, right?
Yeah, it appears,
Gas mileage.
right, all,
They've
all
got all
under
the gas
40,000.
mileage and the vehicle maintenance. Somebody did quite a good job of researching this.
That would be Brent Howell. He was really excited about this, really excited.
That's just under 49,000, 8 of them into that amount, just under 49,000, so.
Yeah, 48,900.
I'm saying, I don't know that we start out with 8.
I understand what you're saying.
I think we.
I don't,
I'm not
and
doing
not
it.
to be, I don't know why you would go to 8. I've never worked anywhere where every detective
Yeah.
or investigator got their own vehicle. You've always shared vehicles. And so I don't know why, I totally agree with the request. I just think, I would ask that if you could do a 4, that would be great.
I think that would be fantastic.
Yeah, that's where I would be.
So just to clarify, 4 plus the current truck, so they would have 5 total?
Sure.
5 vehicles?
They already have the truck, right?
Yes, yes. I just want to make sure, was
Add
it the
4.
total?
I see what you're saying.
And understanding that there will be on-call people that will
Yes, sir.
use that for those purposes.
And to my knowledge, I think everyone lives in county in our office. For what that's worth. I don't think we have any outliers that are driving a significant distance to and from work.
Oh, that work there, okay,
Right.
from home.
Correct.
Okay, got you.
And so was the Explorer, was that what we were,
Well, I mean, I think we're up, that's still up for debate.
Yeah.
I think,
you want to
but-
see what?
We could see what the cheapest is at the time.
Well, and a key thing she just brought up, make sure we've got room for
Bags and
things of that
such.
nature, yes.
Yeah, I think
all those he mentioned do.
Adequate.
Adequate space.
Luggage racks on top of
Now,
it.
the Ram.
Y'all use the word adequate. In our office, we use the word reasonable.
I don't think the Ram, I think you'd want to stay away from the Ram, though.
So, yeah, what is the truck? How is
The truck's got a cover over the back,
Yeah, it has a.
and so that's been
4-door with a cover.
correct.
So it's actually more adequate.
It is more
It's
than,
more than
it is
adequate.
more
Pretty
than
large.
adequate.
So its gas mileage is
Put the luggage and the
21.
body in the back.
So the Explorer has the best gas mileage.
That's a good job to look at.
And like I said, I don't know how it works on, these are new vehicle prices. I don't know if the county would prefer us to look towards used or other agencies or.
My opinion on that is no.
I agree.
Because I want full warranty,
Yeah.
all those kind of things, and I'm sure he took that into consideration, but look at those warranty packages as well.
Yes, sir.
They're probably not gonna, excuse me, they're probably not gonna be high mileage over a year. It's probably gonna be moderate
Correct.
mileage, and so you wouldn't need a big warranty package that extended and all that kind of stuff because, but he's done a good job analyzing, so take all that in consideration.
Would these be something that would be maintained in the MOE? Like oil changes and?
I don't know.
What do we do with the truck right now? I don't know.
So do they
I'd have to check what we do with the truck right
take
now.
it out?
Yeah, are they getting reimbursement?
Okay.
I would hope they would be, maintained,
Right.
their rotation and all that out there. That's what we have them for. So,
Okay.
All right.
so I guess if you would, just send a note back about what you choose. And then if there's a comment, reason why you did this. And then the other thing is, if MOE will take care of all those.
Shouldn't be a problem because you're not asking for them to be equipped, anything special.
Right,
Just
no.
make sure delivery date might be something else to think about, okay?
Yes, sir.
And so, you know,
Good idea.
let's get it before September 30th. And I know that seems like a long way away, but the cars have been hard to come by
Gotcha.
in recent years, so.
I'll just say, I'm sorry, I was trying to unmute a while ago and it didn't work, but I don't know that they checked with our office to see about what we could get them for on one of the cooperative agreements. And if we do that, we might be able to narrow that pricing down some.
Okay. So I guess if you and Ken, what's his name? Who did the analysis?
Oh, Brent.
Brent got together and had a discussion, probably good.
So, who is this TIPS, T-I-P-S?
I was trying to
Is
read
that-
the fine print somewhere before. I don't know.
Is that a,
Ken knows?
It's a state program.
It's a cooperative that we belong to. I'm sorry.
okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
We belong to several co-ops because they don't cost you anything to belong. And it's a big advantage to shop them.
Yeah.
Sir?
Okay, anything else?
I think that is their office for now for the operating side of things,
so.
so.
Thank you, sir.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just a side note, thanks for fixing the windows on the 5th floor.
Oh, did that get done?
That's happening today.
Oh,
In the rain, that's good.
I had a call from someone in your office, and that's how we got started on it.
Perfect. Perfect.
I thought the pigeons needed a place to roost. I didn't know.
If they were chickens and were making some eggs, then I could understand.
That's okay, we'll take that.
Take that into
We'll
Remember that next time.
There's already a bunch of turkeys there, but
Whoa. See you, Jeff.
Could have said something worse.
What was wrong with the window?
there wasn't one. And stuff was flying in and out of
Worst
there.
thing
And it rained in it, and anyhow, it was a problem.
Okay, interesting.
We got it fixed.
That's good. That's good. That's the main thing.
Okay.
Okay. So for the rest of the afternoon, our plan was to have gone over information technology, and we had some very heavy topics there, but we're gonna have to push that to Wednesday, or later in the week. So, I think if we want to kind of circle back to what we've talked about today.
We have a 5-minute break.
Yeah, that's, so what I'd like to do is take a 5-minute break and then, give us a overview again on IT, what they're gonna, so, just kind of a brief, here's the deal and what we're gonna look at.
Okay.
When they come in, and then do your summation of what we've looked at today. That sound good? All right, let's take a 5-minute, recess.
the Traverse, that's a good, that would, to me, that would be a good one.
That's an SUV, isn't it?
Mhm.
Yeah. Crossover.
Ford Edge SE is their just standard sedan.
What's that little Ford?
Recording in progress.
Wow, let's call court back in session.
I'm not really prepared.
Okay, Francis?
Okay, so, you had mentioned, just kind of briefly covering what, was involved in the IT request for next year, just so you have an idea. We'll show you where, there's a packet of information that we had planned on passing out today, and we also have it electronically, but we're gonna show you where that is, so if you, because it's a lot of information, so if you wanna look at that, some before we talk about it in detail, but it is under, department requests.
Okay.
And then there's a folder that says IT worksheets.
Yep.
And so there's a lot of information in there. There's a lot of Tyler quotes.
Whoa, yeah.
So the second Excel file there is just says IT worksheet. And so I'll just kind of go through the broad topics that are listed
Okay.
here. So the first page is just like we've been looking at. It was just their operating budget with the increases highlighted. It's over a $900,000 increase from one year to the next, and that is because there are some new softwares that John is asking to implement, and of course he'll explain all of those to you exactly what those are and what they do.
Okay.
But also the other increase is because of the maintenance agreements on the new Tyler software that's already is getting up and running. And so that's the DA and the sheriff's office and the jail softwares. So of course, we did not have that in there fully last year.
You talk about the Tyler Tech host software? Is that what you're talking about, Tyler Tech?
Yes. And so that's a very large increase there, just because you added products last year.
What about the one above it? What was that one?
The software?
Yeah, that's like $400,000.
Yes. So those are new products that John will be covering when
Okay.
he's available. I would not be able to explain.
Do you know how many of these are one-time expenses, or how many of them are gonna be
They
annually?
should be ongoing, I believe. Wow. So, but again, we'll let him get there. And then the other one, we don't have it highlighted, but it's Microsoft 365, and there's an increase there. And again, that was on, the Microsoft 365 conversion was on steps. And I know he will be explaining that as well, but this, I guess, is the next year's cost based on that plan. So that's his operating budget there. There's this sheet, and in that packet, or in that spreadsheet, there's a detail of those lines on the second tab. And you'll see the new softwares that are being requested are highlighted in orange or yellow. And so you'll see there a really, really thorough detail of what is in each of those lines, because those lines are so big and there's so much in them.
Is that what's highlighted right here?
Yes, sir.
Brown looking?
Yes, so those are new things. The rest of the items, we've got them marked as renewal. Those are things we're already using, they're ongoing. So.
I thought I saw CrowdStrike on there. Yeah, CrowdStrike, there it is.
Yeah.
Isn't that what the
What went and
update
shut
filed
down?
up everybody in
Shut
the
down,
world?
yeah. Yeah, that shut the whole world down yesterday, Friday.
Look at that one. But
Oh, the world.
that's a detail, this one, we do provide you a detail of what is in those line items, just because it is it's a lot to absorb. So that's there, so he has roughly $900,000 increase there. And then within that spreadsheet, there's the records management department, and not a whole lot to cover there. He can touch on that when he's here, but again, that's our archives department. After that on the tabs, there is a summary of the Tyler Tech products that we will be talking through. So we have current Tyler projects that are implemented or in the process of being implemented, and then possible additions to Tyler programs that you'll be considering. And he'll explain the need there. And so those are related to our courts, so our JP courts, district and county courts, and clerks. And so he can talk through what those would do, what they would replace, and then bundling them together, you get a substantial savings if you agree to do them all at once. And so that's what this spreadsheet is, just is is a very broad breakdown of what the costs are.
So if we bundle, it brings it down to 900,000.
Yeah. Where are you seeing that?
I'm being,
The difference between those two numbers right there,
Yes.
The difference,
And so,
4.4 and 2.6.
and so some of that is one time and some of it's ongoing. And so when we get into this, there are some costs that we could look at using ARPA funding for if there's funding, if that's something you choose to do. There's other options. And so we'll talk through that once he gives you some detail and you decide on whether you even want to move forward or not.
Okay.
But that's the detail there for Tyler. And then there's a second spreadsheet in the folder, and it's the IT assessment sheet. And so this is the thing, you know, you're used to seeing this every year, but these are IT items that are being replaced. They've outlived their life. There's a few things that are up and above what we currently have, but for the most part, this is keeping our current computer hardware up and running. And this is very similar, the amount is very similar to what it was in the previous year. It's about, I think, 15,000 more than last year. And so this just details out how many desktops, how many laptops, how many printers have to be.
wasn't last year one of our bigger years because of the notebooks?
That was the year before last.
Year before.
But there are some things like that that will, the IT assessments line,
I was gonna say 15,000 more than last year.
I think they've made a lot of movement to try to even out that curve and try to replace things as they're, you know, as they're needed, more so than waiting until they need to, so that flattens that curve. Is that what you were wanting, Judge, just to
Yeah.
kind of talk through what that were?
Yeah, just kind of comparison.
You just had to hit us in the face with that, didn't you?
Yeah.
Dang.
And so we have.
What is the overall, where are you reflecting that overall,
IT budget.
in it? So part of it is in his IT, just the regular IT budget, right?
Yes, so all the things we
And
just
then-
mentioned are in his regular budget.
And then you've got the top, but you've got the Tyler broken out in the main summary.
Yes.
Correct? It's not anywhere else in there, is it?
Correct, it's just
Okay.
below the line on that main summary, just because those are really big items that we need to talk through and you need to decide, so. We could do it different ways, but that was just where we thought would be best. But yes, like the IT assessments is just one line in his budget, all that software is just one line in his budget. So for his, we break down.
What assessments? For pivot tables.
52
So-
laptops?
There's 270,000 of IT assessments being requested, but we're able to accommodate some of those costs in special revenue funds, some in the juvenile local fund, and then the remainder goes to general fund. So we do try to eat up any other fund we can before we go to general fund.
You'll have those numbers for us somewhere? Or they-
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. When you look at the IT assessments tab.
Well, you're looking at it right here, aren't you?
Yes. So if you look at that top left box, this is just breaking down that total number in different ways.
So out of the general is gonna come 246,000?
Correct. Sorry, I went through that kind of fast, so that was confusing.
That's baked in.
Yes, sir.
And on the right side then, that's the summary of all of that 270.
Yes,
148.
so if you want to look at it by fund, you could look at it by hardware versus software, you could look at type of item, and then below is by department. So just giving you some different glimpses of what, you know, how that's broken down. And then, of course, there's a detailed list that literally lists each item.
How do we allocate those assessments? Is it to each individual department, or is it just IT in the IT
We just
assessment
keep
line?
it, we just keep it in
Keep it
that
in
IT
one.
assessments line.
Okay.
So we don't budget it through there like the court. And that's
No.
what I told them that we'd cover it if we chose to do that they'd.
We've done it different ways in the past.
what?
If we approved it, I would say that the court would make sure that it's covered in their budget. I mean, they don't have revenue, so.
Yes. And we've done it different ways in the past, but when we had it spread out between departments, it got lost. And I feel like when you pull it all together, you can really monitor how much keeping up the current hardware and software is costing you. And so, and then it would fluctuate departments' budgets year to year. So this is where we've landed. And if y'all ever want to see it a different way, just let us know.
I like the way we start, sure.
And I've expressed my thoughts to John before on it. If a computer or laptop can still be updated and maintained, it's hasn't outlived its usefulness yet, in my mind. I don't care if it's 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years old. If it can be updated and
It
doesn't
depends
have
upon
any
what it-
security issues.
It depends upon what it's doing, a lot, in my opinion. It depends upon there are some applications that nowadays take up
more space.
Take up a lot of space and a lot of processing power also too.
Yeah.
So anything AI is taking lots of processing
That's
power.
why they're building data centers everywhere.
And power plants.
And then one more note. Oh,
Go ahead.
Commissioners, I'm on if you need. I did have one other note, couple of notes actually. We will have a little bit of money left over in FY24 that we could possibly pre-order a few of those assessments to lessen the impact next year. And this year we started, if you remember, we went to the 5-year and getting 7 years out of our machines as a standard procedure instead of the 3 and getting 5 years
I like that.
Good.
to get a little more value.
And so we probably need to make a decision pretty quick on how many dollars we want to spend this budget year so we can pull it off the request for next year.
and in the end, when that happens, we would just, it's increasing the
all-
projection and it's
Yeah, it
decreasing
all-
next year. So
all-
it's
it
kind
all
of a net.
evens out at the end.
Yeah.
But we definitely want to make sure we amend the budget if needed before
Yeah.
we adopt it. So
John, are you still there?
Yes.
Hey, I asked Francis, so the $900,000 increase, none of that's a one-time expense? That will all be recurring expenses?
Are we talking about the software?
Yes.
100,000. Is that in the line item for software, Francis?
yes, sir.
Software licensing and support. Did say support. Wait, you're going to a different item.
This
Yeah.
is the detail of that.
Yes. So in total, John,
All right, bear with me.
all the operating lines together increased your budget by about 900,000. And so there was some increases in software.
Yes, one of those is very large. It's 234,500 we were looking at for an Adobe subscription. As of next year, all of the one-time Adobe licenses across the county that we purchased will run out. And so we were looking at going to, which they're pushing everyone to, is a subscription-based, but that would be county-wide, and it would replace all of the current Adobe software we have out there. That's a rather large line item at 234,000 that is new.
Okay.
And that would be every year going forward. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. And so when John's with us, of course, he can go into much further detail, I know, of all of these and answer, but I hope that gives you a little glimpse there of what we're up against.
And the Microsoft 365 is because the bulk of the new users will come on board this year. So that number jumps up to 340,000.
Other questions?
No, I can wait. I'm gonna live with this little bit of heartburn that I have right now till you get here.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So I think today, since we ended a little earlier than expected, do we want to go ahead and go back to all the departments that we've covered or that we've briefly covered and just see if there's a consensus that we can maybe check stuff off and?
Yeah, if we could come to one, yeah.
Yes, okay.
Be good.
And if not, then we can hold on them. It's just,
Okay.
so,
One thing, excuse me,
Yes,
that
no.
and I guess it ought to be the one to make this statement, but whenever a department or elected official makes a presentation, they need to understand until the budget's adopted that everything's still in play, even though we might be nodding our head or shaking our head. Need to know that there could be modifications between now and the adoption of the budget.
we'll be sure to try to push that message
Yeah,
along
good,
as well.
good, yeah. Because we've had them, generally not inside people, but outside entities think that we approved it when we came back and says, well, here's what we actually approved, and so, just keep confusion out of it. Okay,
Okay. Well, if we want to keep going a little bit longer, and we can start going back through some of these departments.
do
we
that.
Touched on. Okay.
is that all right with everybody?
Yeah.
I think we'll have a better handle on.
We're here, let's do it, yes.
Okay.
And before we do that, tomorrow, and we can change this around however you want for the week. I originally had put tomorrow afternoon, because of course we have a regular agenda before lunch. But after lunch, I just had put down road and bridge discussions. I made sure that Zane was gonna be available, and he's put together a listing of projects for the future, current and future.
Right.
So is that something that y'all would be okay with talking about tomorrow? I know there's a lot of
I
road
think
and
we
bridge
need
topics.
to early, yes.
Okay,
I
so
mean,
just
I
making
think
sure.
we need to talk about it quick, and then if there's work to be done on it, then we can go back and work on it and bring it back.
So just to give you a heads up, that was on my agenda
Yeah.
tomorrow. Also tomorrow, Chris Collins is going to be with us at 3:30. And so she's gonna go over the chamber request and the economic development request for next year.
Right.
And I know she always has a really good presentation. And then I wanted to talk a little bit about budget trends and then ways we can, being under budget, we talked about this a couple weeks ago, but some strategies we think we could implement, just budgeting, not anything else, but just how we budget. And so I'd like to go over that as well tomorrow afternoon. So anyway, just wanted to make sure that was all good with everyone and prep for tomorrow.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we are back to our list here. And so I'm just going to touch on the red and yellow and just kind of remind us what those departments looked like. And again, we're just talking about operating, not talking about personnel, not talking about capital outlay.
Right, okay,
And so, and then stop me when you've had enough for the day.
okay.
I think we could just go down, could be good. That first one that's red is Commissioner's Court, and that's the one we just looked at earlier. It was an increase due to increase in software. So if you're good with that one,
Yep.
we'll make it green.
What, about 0010, or where we
Yes, sir.
talking?
Yeah.
As we go down, we'll open the detail of each of these. That was the one we just looked at today, so I didn't
Okay,
feel the need to open it, but tell me if you need to.
that's a 0.9% increase.
Correct. It's the operating portion of that budget is super small, so
Everybody stays at 1%.
yes.
I'd be for it.
Okay, the next one that is yellow is the county clerk, so that's 0030. So we'll pull up the detail, and this was a budget, the portion we have highlighted there was an increase for postage and shipping.
Yeah.
This is when I said, I think we can just look at his explanation, we don't need to have them come in, but it was a postage rate increase.
Yeah.
We're estimating they're gonna come right up to their budget, so if not exceed it.
All right.
And go back to his, is that still his department? Yeah,
Yes, sir.
okay.
Okay, so we'll mark that one off. Next is 0070, Human Resources. I'll keep track of the ones they say yes to. So Human Resources, there was a slight decrease here, but there were decreases, she accommodated the increases with decreases in the budget. So you'll see there the ones we have yellow, it's other services and charges as well. Say it again.
She offset it with decreases, you're saying?
Yes. And so there's also an increase in software support and maintenance. That was that 55,000, that increase there, that was because she included an extra 25,000 for a secondary consultant analysis for our payroll structure and that's what that increase was there. Any concerns? Do you want to talk to her more? Or? Okay.
I think she explained that one to us.
Okay. 0110 is maintenance of buildings. So we briefly looked at that one with TJ, just again today. It is a decrease, but there are some increases within there as well. So again, just don't want to make sure that any increases don't get overlooked. But it seemed that there were no other questions today for him. But y'all tell me if, I know there's an increase there for janitorial is one of the bigger increases.
Pull up the top, what's F, what's the top of the columns? Projected? Next to last, is that projected? So he's projecting, I go back, or we're projecting, you're projecting, that we're gonna spend 134,000, but we're only putting 100,000 back in.
Yes. So I think there was some additional costs that were needed this year, but he is saying that 100 is going to be
thinks that- okay.
sufficient. Yes.
Okay.
And those are, contracts with outside vendors for janitorial,
Right.
not our own staff.
Exactly.
There was also that software licensing and support increase, and that was the ticket system that would merge in with our other ticket systems, like IT, and it would allow them to be more efficient and,
For work being done?
yes.
Okay.
Yes, so to put in, for departments to put in requests.
Kind of like IT does, as you
Yes.
said, yeah.
Yes. And so again, overall, a decrease there, but just want to make sure there's no hesitations. Okay. 0130 is our engineering department. This one is one that fluctuates from year to year, but there's a $50,000 increase in other services and charges for the aerial photography.
That's right.
And so that, like I said, every other year, so it'll go up and down. And then there's an increase in software licensing and support, just for increases there to his to the current software programs that his office uses. Any thoughts? Okay.
Good.
Let's see. I keep going away. 0580. This is, I'm sorry, let me go back up real quick.
What is that one?
Let's,
0580.
yeah, that was county treasurer.
That's 0580?
Yes, 0580.
Okay.
So this one had an increase in professional development. He also decreased furniture and equipment to accommodate some of that for needs during the year. But that was because they are wanting to utilize training for the Tyler products that they use in their office. And so, receiving cash receipts as well as the payroll that they're part of the payroll that they're processing. So personally, we think that's a very reasonable request.
That's training outside what Tyler provides.
It will be Tyler training.
But Tyler doesn't provide that free of charge with their products?
Some, but not all.
These, yeah, and,
Some that they provide training on.
but it's just really necessary to keep up with the changes.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're constantly upgrading and making changing. So that's what that increase to his professional development was for.
Okay.
Good with that.
I was gonna go back to the combination of the departments, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think six departments that make up the sheriff's office. So, Major Ives covered those increases today. Is there any do we want to go back to those? I know a lot of the increases were contractual, so being the dispatch and then the management services with turnkey for medical.
Yeah, that was, well, we've got the vehicles too. A lot of vehicle costs.
And the purchase of the vehicles, and not including that, not including the capital.
Oh,
So
it
just
didn't
their,
include capital, 6 different areas didn't include capital?
just the 6 departments.
Six
So
departments.
operating, yes.
Okay.
We keep all that capital stuff in a separate
Okay.
department, so,
So what's the total
total increase.
increase of all those departments?
Actually, less than 200,000, wasn't it,
I think that's what he,
of those 6?
six, seven, 53,
I thought you had it
50,
up there.
54,000. Oh, and 0120.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, so an increase of 54,000 in their operating lines.
Between 6 different,
Yes, yes, sir. Because there was one that was a decrease, so summing all those together. And I really think if that 54,000 would be made up, if not more, of those increases to those contracts.
So it's county sheriff,
County sheriff, and then jail, Jack Harwell, jail medical, Jack Harwell medical, and then maintenance of equipment as well.
oh, maintenance of equipment, okay.
Yes, sir.
What is that number? What,
It is 0120. It's in a different section.
.5% change.
And I mean, I think we've reviewed their increases and they are all validated by trends and things that we're seeing.
They talked about different sized rims and tires and everything. Oh, yeah.
does this sheet include the, includes personnel too, right?
It's on there somewhere.
So current, like increase or ask for increases to
Request.
personnel. So there is there's a separate personnel sheet with new personnel, any increases to personnel that Anna will be covering later in the week. So we don't incorporate any of that yet. And I know with the structure plan change, that's going to affect a lot of that. So that's all kept separate.
Wednesday, I think she comes.
Mm-hmm.
None of that's in here.
No.
Yeah, no discussion.
Yes. So do we feel good about the 6 sheriff's office departments they're operating?
So, is everybody okay?
And again, we can always come back, like you said, Judge.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's all right.
Let's see. Who else? We heard from the district attorney, from Josh Teetons earlier. His operating budget, it was that's Department 0210. So it was a net decrease, but there were some questions when we went over it the first time about the projections and why they fell so low. And so I know he explained that reasoning earlier.
So 719,000 unspent.
Yes. Yes, as a combination of both personnel and
It
operating.
went down about 20 on operating?
Yes,
Okay.
it's just 20,000.
2,272. Amended it. Okay. Yeah, I'm satisfied with that.
Okay.
I don't know about anybody else, but
All right.
And I know he's newer to office, so again, we'll continue to watch the trends over the next year or so. And then, if we need to bring those budgets down more in line with what's realistically happening, we will be sure that happens. Let's see. The tax office, so they have the 4 departments, 590 to 610. Altogether, if you sum the 4 of those up, it was a $20,000 increase to the operating portions of those budgets. They spoke on those increases. I know he said there was one line for postage that he said we could drop it $2,000 to $3,000. So I would say we drop it
Yeah, I would-
2,500.
He said, let's do it.
Okay, so we'll drop that line, that postage line, 2,500. And I think that was in Department 0610. I'm gonna look.
I think they're operating very efficiently.
Sounds like it does.
They can prove it.
Okay.
So I'm not.
So that 15,000. So he had, so, and we're projecting, like they're going to spend their budget this year, so I think upping that by 2,500 seems reasonable. So we'll lower that. So that means their total operating increase would be $17,500 for their 4 departments.
Okay.
Sorry. I know I'm jumping around. Let's look at, just since they're fresh on our minds, Constable 4, we talked about today, and then Constable 5 had a representative here. Those are departments 3140 and 3150.
Okay.
3140 was Charlie Guerrero, and he had asked for increases based on getting that new position last year after the budget was adopted. So we needed to make some increases there to accommodate that another person.
And she did not have a radio.
Oh, okay.
So he did get back to me at lunch.
Operated out all this time without they had to borrow.
Didn't have a room.
Goodness gracious me.
So that includes that and travel reimbursement for that extra person, which we already had to do a budget amendment for this year. So we did do budget amendments mid-year to take care of some of these changes. And we'll need to carry those forward. Okay.
And that radio came out of furniture and equipment, right?
Yes, because it's less than $5,000.
Okay.
So Constable 4. And then Constable 5 was Department 3150. And so Deputy Klanica was here today to speak on that increase. And, you know, I know he gave you all a lot of information as well. I think he's also spoken to different people here and there over the last couple of months about their request. I don't know if you have any thoughts about those increases there. So it's about a $32,000 increase. But again, those are things that we've adjusted mid-year based on knowing what they wanted to do. And so this increase is carrying those increases forward.
Any questions anybody have?
I'm good.
No.
Okay. Bridge. County Health Services, Department 4310. So Heather Travers was with us earlier. She spoke about that one increase for the pending agreement with City of Waco.
Yeah.
And so that is in there if that happens. If it's something you want to take out and wait to see if it happens, but it is in there if it should.
What is that under?
It's in the line item, other services and charges.
Oh, yeah, there it is, okay.
And then there's the increase for public health district, which is contractual. And then,
And that's the one she said if we wanted LaShonda to come in and make a presentation on that.
yes.
We
Well,
could.
she did that last year, came in
Yes, she
and we
did.
looked it over.
I think it's always good when, you know,
Yeah.
for a relationship anyway.
I mean, I understand where the cost is coming from because those escalating costs.
Yeah.
I'll get with Heather and get with LaShonda and we'll schedule
Yeah.
something for later
That's
this
fine.
week.
Now, the question is, do we want to remove that $6,000 off that other, what, it 6,000? Other services and charges. It doesn't matter to me when, I don't, if it's not a done deal, I'm in favor of taking it off, seeing what happens. They'll come to us and ask us for it. That's up
What
to
is it
y'all.
now? What are you talking about?
You know, where they go online, where you go online.
It's a city program.
That city programs, but they don't have it up and going yet.
So we would just be asked to fund a portion of it, of that, is what I gather.
It's up to y'all. I'm good either way.
So, I guess the question is, we didn't, till just now, when does it go into effect? And do we start paying then, or they need the money to create it? And
So I think, from what I gather, that those discussions
like
haven't
nonprofits have-
occurred yet.
It's a nonprofit, maybe is this Transformation Waco or something like that?
That's building the website.
Yeah.
And it'll go on Waco, and I guess go on ours then, if we want to join in. And it'll be a one shop's.
so Waco's
Stop
paying,
shop.
Waco's paying 15,000 for it and asking us to contribute 6.
Ask us if we would, right?
And so on her request, she said, a potential partnership with Waco McLennan County Health District for an online resource listing managed by SACRD, which is San Antonio Community Resource
Yeah.
Directory.
That's right.
That's right.
Do we know much about their, was somebody speaking in?
I think Heather may be on.
I think so too.
Yes, sir. I want to chime in. Once I got back to the office, I did check on that to find out, just to confirm that there was no reoccurring cost associated with it, et cetera. And what LaShonda told me is if they move forward with it, that would be an annual fee. So I was going to follow up on this, but since you're talking about it.
Yeah.
And so they've learned that United Way is working with Seed House to create a website, which this is something that's been ongoing, but City of Waco is now getting more information about that. So this project, I think, is on hold and may not even move forward at this time, is the
Well, then
impression I'm
let's-
getting.
Let's don't include it in the budget then.
Yeah. And I apologize. Had I not emailed,
Well, that's fine.
And if the need arises and you decide to do that, we will.
Thank you for the
move from
update.
contingencies.
You can save a little more money by popping in, feel free.
pop in with good news, right?
Yes.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And so then, as she said, originally we thought we were going to need to up that budget for indigent healthcare, but the trend is showing that we should be good. So we lowered that today when we had our discussion with her. And then the Waco Family Medicine line is in this department. Dr. Griggs spoke to you a couple of weeks ago. And so if you want to check this department off, but we'll leave that one outstanding with all the outside entities, and we'll come back to those all at the end. And you can look at the increases for requests there.
That's the family health care that they.
Yes,
request.
yes.
that- I don't have a problem. I
Okay.
mean, I'm good with that.
Okay.
I know where it's going.
I'm good with that too.
Yeah.
So,
Perfect. So say, do we want to end there for today?
Yeah, that's good.
So we got to check off a lot on the operating part of the general fund. And again, just our goal here is just to try to put together a proposed budget. We can still come back, review, look through, decrease if we need to, but at least just helps us know what to put in that proposed budget.
Okay. All right, any other closing comments or anything? Any questions anyone have or requests? All right, if not, we are posted tomorrow for a separate meeting, so we will adjourn today's meeting. So if there's not anything else, we stand adjourned.